All right. So pulmonology. Pulmono refers to the respiratory system. Do I have that here somewhere? Okay, yeah. Pulmono refers to the lungs. Excuse me. Therefore, a pulmonologist is the person who works strictly on the lungs and the respiratory tract. Pulmonology is the study of those parts. So you have your pulmonologist, the doctor that works in this area, and you also have the respiratory therapist. Now, this person usually has a 2-year to 4-year degree, and they make really good money. I have a cousin who's a pulmonologist, okay, a 2-year degree, and they make good money. These people might move around in the hospital, going room to room, giving breathing treatments to the patients. Or they might be in their car, driving house to house, giving breathing treatments to the patient. They might do breathing treatments as the patients come in for their appointments. So that's pretty much what these folks do. They out there in the world giving people their nebulizers and oxygen tanks and dot, 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 dot. They do make good money if you think you want to work in an area like that. Respiratory therapists. Okay. They're also on call for every delivery. By law, you have to have either a pulmonologist or a respiratory therapist present for every delivery of every baby. Now call that job security, if you will. Okay. They can't go away. They've got to be there for every delivery because the last thing to develop in a baby is the lungs. So any baby that's born early will probably have some respiratory issues that need to be dealt with. So pulmonal is the lungs, and then the suffix that's going to be real important for us today is pronounced pnea. It's not a word, so pronouncing it by itself is not important. We're going to put word parts in front of that to describe the quality of their breathing. And this is one y'all probably heard of before, apnea. A means without. So apnea means without breathing. So we'll be using several of those terms today that describe the quality of a person's breathing. So that is pulmonology, talking about the pulmonologist, the respiratory therapist, and then pnea, meaning to breathe. The purpose of this system is to exchange the body gases. There are 3 main body gases within our bodies that have to be kept at appropriate levels. And those are oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen. Now, if either one of these gases goes too high or too low in the body, that's illness. Did you know that you could have, for example, too much oxygen? That kind of catches people off guard sometimes when I say that. Yes, you can have too much oxygen and too little carbon dioxide. People always think of carbon dioxide as being byproduct, but we use it as well. You just don't want it to build up in your bloodstream. So carbon dioxide being too low is also a problem. We've got to maintain it within this window. If it goes too high, you know that's a problem. That's when you start asphyxiation and dying. If it goes too low, yeah, the body also doesn't function right. And same with your oxygen. Oxygen get too high, body doesn't function right. And we know if it gets too low, what kind of problems that causes for us. Again, asphyxiation and we die. So we have to maintain these gases within this appropriate window of functioning. Either one go too high or too low, you're going to get sick. Does anybody know the illness or the sickness or condition caused by too little carbon dioxide, too much oxygen? If you have too much oxygen and not enough carbon dioxide, does anybody know what we call that?
Is it like hyperventilating?
It is hyperventilating. That's exactly. So, you know that the body doesn't function right when you are hyperventilated. You've got too much oxygen, not enough carbon dioxide. And that's why we typically back in the past, not as much today, they're starting to get away from this, but we would have people breathe into that paper bag to rebreathe their own carbon dioxide to try and bring that level back up. But why that's an issue is because when people feel like they can't breathe, try getting them to breathe in and out of a damn paper bag, of all things. Put something over their mouth and nose. Okay. It causes panic attacks as well. So the idea now is to try to get them to calm down and speak softly and just try to get them to control their breathing a little bit better rather than put the paper bag over their face. But that's why we did that. They would breathe out their carbon dioxide, breathe it back in, slowly bringing their carbon dioxide back up into that window right there. So either one of these body gases goes too low or too high, and you're going to see the responses in the reaction in the person's body. All right, so let's talk about each one, starting with oxygen. We know what we use oxygen for. Let me remind you, C6, H12, O6, that's glucose, plus oxygen equals energy. When you take this oxygen molecule and you add it to this chemical structure, it makes the structure unstable and it starts to break down. That breakdown releases energy. So that's what we use oxygen for. To bond it onto the glucose molecule, making that molecule unstable, it starts to break down and releases energy for us. Now, the thing that you should remember more than anything else about this stuff, as far as our practice, is that oxygen is a drug. It requires a prescription. You can't just go throwing somebody on oxygen. Okay. And where could not knowing that get you in trouble? All right. Medical assistants won't come into contact with this very often. I mean, you might have a person who comes in for an appointment that has an oxygen bottle because they're on COPD or something, or because they have COPD or something, but you usually won't be involved in getting changing bottles and that type of stuff on people. Okay. Now, where you're going to see this more than anything else is probably in the PCT world. Keep rubbing my finger. I got a mosquito bite on my fingers, itching like crazy. Is in the PCT world, where a patient is admitted to the hospital. The doctor puts them on oxygen. So they're lying in their bed in their room with their nasal prongs in or their mask on, and they're just sucking down that oxygen and feeling good. All right. And then the doctor, after a couple of days, decides they've been on the oxygen long enough. We can go on and take them off of that. So he or she DCs their oxygen or discontinues their oxygen. But see, they usually don't throw the equipment away, just in case, you know, something, and the doctor has to put them back on the oxygen again. So they usually take the tubing and all that, the mask, the nasal cannula, the prongs that go in your nose, the nasal cannula, the mask, and they just wrap them up and hang them up on the oxygen regulator on the wall. So they just hang there in case we need them again. And then here you come along, ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. Not knowing because you didn't pay attention in school. And the person in the room says, "Hey, young lady, yeah, could you hand me my breathing thing right there? Because I'm feeling a little so yeah, can you just hand me that?" And you give it to them. And guess what you just did? You put that person on oxygen without a prescription. Yeah. Can you lose your certification for that? Registration? Yes, you can. Especially if you encounter the wrong doctor or nurse. Now, you might get that one that comes in and goes, "Yordell, did you put that up? Girl, you can't be doing that." Or you might get that one that says, "Hey, charge nurse, yeah, listen, I don't know what that young lady's name is, but she just put my patient on oxygen, and he's a COPD patient. He has emphysema, and oxygen could kill him. Now, I want something done about that. And there you go. Your name is reported, you lost your registration, lost your certification, and so on. So oxygen is a drug. It does require a doctor's order. Now, how is it then, if you're in a car accident, the paramedic can show up and put you on oxygen without talking to the doctor first, if it requires a prescription? We work under what's called standing orders. What that means is that a doctor can issue orders for anybody who fits a certain criteria. For example, you show up at the playground. The kid's falling off the jungle gym, hit their head on the ground. You're going to put the kid on high flow oxygen. That's a standing order for head injuries. A person having chest pain, 2 liters of oxygen by nasal cannula. They hit their head, 10 liters of oxygen on a mask. So those are standing orders. And that's how we can do it until we get to the emergency room. And once you bring that kid in the emergency room and the doctor's in the person's presence, they need to write in their medical record, oxygen, 4 liters, nasal cannula, how much to give them and how to give it to them, whether it's by the prongs or by a mask. And there are several different types of masks as well. So it does require a prescription. Now, oxygen is flammable, and we have to always remember that. The universal color for oxygen is green. So the oxygen bottles will be green in color, whether it's the entire bottle or if it's aluminum bottle with just green striping on it or whatever. And that's all gases. And that's when you see those trucks going down the road that has all those tanks on there, all the different colors. Each color or each gas is assigned its own color so that you can tell what was in that bottle or what is in that bottle. So the color for oxygen is green. And it will ignite if you light it or give it a heat source. Now, that's less likely to happen today as it did back in the day. So you'll hear those old stories, like my stories about oxygen bottles exploding and that kind of shit. That typically won't happen today. There are many, many safeguards with these bottles that keep that from happening. It's kind of like the whole idea of, have y'all heard about not using your cell phone while pumping gas? That's like so old school. It goes back to the beepers, y'all, where a beeper was malfunctioning or whatever, went off and the gas fumes ignited and boom. So that's so old school today. Even smoking around gas pumps is not as dangerous as it used to be in the 70s. Y'all know back then the actual nozzle that you put into the trunk, put into the gas tank was actually made out of metal. I mean, iron, and could spark. Today, they're all made out of aluminum. Aluminum doesn't spark. It doesn't conduct electricity. So that's like really old school. So when you see people smoking with oxygen bottles there next to them, don't panic. It's probably not going to blow up or catch on fire or anything, but it's still not a good idea. So we need to always remember that this stuff can ignite if we're not careful. We're not careful around it. Okay, so more than the thing catching on fire or exploding, the problem tends to be these oxygen bottles. And let me kind of show you what I mean. You have your basic oxygen bottle containing, also called tanks. We just get in the habit of calling them bottles, containing oxygen. Okay, now they need to tap into that bottle somehow to get the oxygen out of there. So you're going to attach a regulator to the bottle. And I still just drew the damn thing way too big. A regulator has the dials that you may have seen before. and then the part that comes out where the oxygen hose hooks on and goes over to the patient. A couple of big screws. One of them attaches the regulator to the bottle. The other one controls how much oxygen is flowing out of this bottle. One of the dials tells you how much is in the tank. This is the one that when the line gets around to red, it's time to replace this bottle. The other regulator or dial tells you how much is actually flowing to the patient. 1 liter, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dot, dot, dot. And you dial until it gets around to what the doctor has ordered. Okay. So this part is the actual problem. All of this working right here is attached to this bottle. Now the bottle itself, you could drop this thing from a 5-story building onto concrete and it would not rupture. That's how strong they are. You pretty much got to shoot this thing to get it to explode. The weak spot is where you hook the regulator on there, right there. If you drop this bottle and it falls is just a way that the regulator cracks off of there, that's it. Now you've got a projectile on your hands. Now I know y'all have seen like when you blow up a balloon and then you let it go, how it all over the room. That's because the balloon is flexible. And every time as the air pushes out of there, the rubber's going to flex and cause it to go in all kinds of directions. However, and they got this wrong in a movie once. They broke a tank open. I don't know what kind of gas was in there, but the tank just started flying all over the room like a balloon. It's not going to do that. This is a solid tank. It's not flexible. This thing is going to go in a straight line. And it's going to hit whatever's in front of it. So again, that was somebody who said, well, when you do a balloon, it goes all over the place. So when you do the tank, it should go up. No, that tank's going to go in a straight freaking line, man. I know, I've been there, I've seen it, it ain't pretty. We were treating a patient in the ER and we had taken him off the gurney and put him onto the wall oxygen. And somebody took the oxygen tank and they didn't secure it like it should have been. On the side of a gurney, there's a little clip that hangs on the side and the bottle lays in that clip and then you strap it in. The person who put it back on, they just took it and laid it in there. They didn't strap it in there. So when the doctor, and then pushed the gurney out along the wall. So when the doctor comes around the corner, lab coat flapping in the breeze, caught onto the regulator, like kind of just, pocket just kind of caught onto that, stood the tank up straight inside the oxy clip, and it fell complete out the other side. And when it fell, this happened. It fell right on the regulator. That part cracked off. Gas started shooting out of here, and that tank went up at an angle. The same angle it fell in, went straight up. It went through the ceiling, through the roof, and we found it on the far end of the building, up on the roof. This was a long building, so it just kind of, it just arced all the way over until it ran out of gas and pow. Now, that tank was about 90% empty. And it still went through the roof or through the ceiling and through the roof. If it had been 100%, we'd have probably found it on the other side of the freaking base. So these things can be quite dangerous in that sense. So never set an oxygen bottle down on the floor like that. If this thing falls over, there you go. Now, that's why you always see them in those little holders that come out with the little legs and then the little wheels in the back and the oxygen tank right there and then the little handle they pull it with and all that. You always see it in those little holders like that. You never set a tank down on the floor. And if you got the big tanks, you chain those to the wall. You know, like the ones you see on the back of the truck sometimes, those big ones like almost 4 feet tall. If you've got one of those, you actually chain it to the wall so it doesn't fall over. Now, I was coming in the building one day over at Quest, and there was a guy. It wasn't oxygen because it was an orange tank, so I don't know what was in there. And he was waiting to get into one of the doors downstairs. So he knocked on the door and set that tank right on the floor, just like that. I'm like, really? Don't ever do that, y'all. That's an accident waiting to happen. All right, so the good news is that you won't see a lot of these around here in the future. And as you progress through your career, you'll get to the point where you won't be seeing any at all. Because now, and I keep telling my wife, we just need to go on and buy one of these things while we got the money. These oxygen condensers. And this isn't the one I'm looking for. There it is. All these. Oh, come on, Bing, really? Damn. I hate Bing. Sucks. Bing sucks. Okay. Oxygen condensers. You strap them on, you carry them around with you, they pull oxygen right out the air rather than have it being stored in a tank. They're more expensive. I don't know how much they cost. I know that it says just for the, it's a cooler bag, igloos and all that mess. So I saw $26.99. No, that ain't right. But anyway, I don't know how much they cost, $1,000, maybe even $2,000. But just like, do y'all remember how much the first flat screen TV cost? I saw one of the first flat screen TVs in Germany in 1980. Remember, flat screens wasn't around until the late 90s. I saw one in 1980 hanging on the wall in an electronics store in Germany for $26,000. That thing costs as much as a car. So these are $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. The insurance companies and the people that make them are keeping the price high right now until they get all their money back for making it. Once it's all profit, that's when they'll start to come down on the prices. So I'm telling my wife, though, man, I'm going to need one. So we might as well just buy one right now. You know what we were looking at yesterday over at the flea market? Scooters. I'm getting me a scooter, man. The way my hips be hurting walking around that damn flea market, I'm getting a scooter. We were pricing them yesterday, $6.95. When they do this stimulus shit, finally get this done, squared away, I'm going to get me a scooter. And this is one that like takes apart and I can put in the back of her new SUV, boom, and we can just go to the flea market. I can scoot around. So I'm getting a scooter. And I might as well just go on and buy an oxygen condenser because I'm going to need one. So these are taking the place of those oxygen tanks floating around. Now, they still have drawbacks. Where the oxygen tank runs out of gas, what do you think happens with this one? Runs out of power. So it has to be charged up constantly. So the people on the team, oh yeah, you'll have more freedom. No, you won't. You're still limited to how long the battery lasts. Okay? But then maybe you could just recharge it in your car. So anyway, that is the oxygen condensers out there are going to be taking the place of all these oxygen bottles you see out there today, people dragging around behind them. All right, now the other important part of this is, has anybody ever been on an oxygen before in the hospital or, you know, All right.
C-section. Okay. Having a baby, they put me on oxygen.
Well, the poor thing, you know. Now your grandmama didn't have that. Your grandmama had your mom and daddy laying on the couch in the living room. My grandmama did. She had 3 kids at home. All right, so y'all stop punking out, man. Got to go have some oxygen and epidural, and everybody got to hold my hand and breathe. Back in the day, boy, they put a rope around each ankle, pull them legs open.
Sir, I want to see you have a baby so we can call you a punk.
And they push their babies out like.
See, I don't have to worry about it being stretched out. It's still all intact, even after
you poor babies.
Yeah, 2 kids.
And,
a cow come out of you after that.
Yeah.
They don't do nothing for that man ever again.
Oh, you poor baby. All right. So anyway, so if you've ever had oxygen, especially if you had the nasal prongs, those little things that go in your nose, how dry did your nose get? Boy, it just dries all that out, y'all, just blasting air in your nose like that. So that's what this is for, this little bottle right here. We fill that with sterile water, and as the oxygen flows in, it picks up some of the water and then out to the patient. Or excuse me, I just did that backwards. As the oxygen comes in from the tank, this dial tells us how much is in the tank. This dial, this little bead right here, you can barely see it, is floating up at about 2 liters per minute. So it's telling us how much is actually going to the patient. It's flowing down here, picking up water, and then out to the patient. That's a humidifier. Please keep that in mind when you put somebody on oxygen for more than a couple of hours or so. You need to humidify that stuff. It's going to dry out their nasal passages. Nurse came into my room after about, it was my second day in, right after I'd had the surgery today. She come in my room the next day, and I've got the little nasal prongs. They're over here on my cheek. And she walks in, Sergeant Mahone, those don't do any good on your cheek like that. I said, well, if you put some damn humidity on this bottle, it wouldn't dry out my nasal passages, and I'll be more likely to keep it in my nose. So she leaves out the room a few minutes, and you can hear them out there at the nurse's station. Doctor so-and-so, okay, fine. Doctor told your ass off, didn't he? Well, put some damn humidifier on there then. So she comes in the room a couple minutes later, attaches the bottle, and yeah, you got your ass chewed, didn't you? Anyway, so that is the humidifier part and why that's important. Anybody who's going to be on for more than a couple of hours, you need to go on and humidify that. If in doubt and you need to put somebody on oxygen, put them on 2 liters per minute. Now, this goes all the way up. I think the ones we use went up to 15 liters per minute. Put them on 2 liters. The reason for that is that high flow oxygen can actually harm some people. If you have a condition like emphysema, doctor's not going to put you on high flow oxygen. Even though you might, it's hard to breathe, 2 liters, period. So that's the only safe bet. Put them on 2 liters, you can't go wrong. Now, if they're a head injury patient, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to get all the way up there, 10, 12 liters per minute. But for conditions like emphysema and some other breathing issues, 2 liters is what the doctor will order eventually. Now, when we breathe in, we actually take in a lot of different body gas or a lot of different gases in the air that we breathe. But when our intake is about 24% oxygen. So, and then a bunch of other gases. So we don't breathe as much oxygen as people think. Right? That's actually only a quarter of the gas that we're actually taking into our body. A quarter of it will be oxygen. And then we only use 8% of that. So when we exhale, the air that we're pushing out actually contains 16% oxygen. And that's enough to actually sustain 2 people. I wondered that when I first got into, how things work and people were talking about CPR and rescue breathing. I was like, wait a minute. We breathe out carbon dioxide. So how is it helping this person for me to be breathing my used air into their body? Well, my used air still contains 16% oxygen. That's enough to sustain a couple of people. So a lot of people misunderstand this, that we breathe in oxygen, we breathe out carbon dioxide. The gases we're breathing in and out contain all the gases. We even breathe in, some of the air we breathe in is going to be CO2. And you see that some of the air we breathe out is going to be oxygen. Our body's just exchanging what's there. So that is a little of the technical stuff. Breathing in 24%, using 8% of what we breathe in. All right. But always remember these things. Oxygen is a drug. Oxygen is flammable. Has anybody ever been familiar with this term or these places? You ever heard of that place?
Yes.
Okay. They're used primarily in Europe. And what you do is you go into the place, and you go up to the bar, and rather than ordering you a drink, you order a hit of oxygen. And they bring you a little tank, and it's compressed oxygen in there, pure oxygen. In other words, this right here, this 24%, this stuff you're breathing in is 100% oxygen. There are no other gases in there at all. And why do people do that? It gives you high. It gets you high. It's called an oxygen high. It only lasts a couple minutes. And that's why you just keep. And you get this euphoria, everything's cool, man. So that's an oxygen bar. You sit there and you breathe in 100% oxygen. Now, why can't you, and it's not a long-lasting effect. So why are they not so popular in the United States then? They're all over Europe. Why not the United States?
Because you need a prescription.
There you go. Hey, everybody sit down at that bar would have to have a doctor's order before they could suck oxygen. So again, that's why how we mentioned earlier that things are different in different places. If you go to, and I didn't mean to say anything negative against a doctor who comes to the United States to practice here. I used India as an example. I'm not saying that Indian doctors don't know what they're doing. Maybe in India, it's acceptable to have your medical assistant sign the prescription for you. And then you come here to the United States and you don't know that you can't do that here. And those doctors that were arrested here in San Antonio, I don't know that they were from India, but they were probably not from the United States. A doctor who goes to medical school in the United States wouldn't make a mistake like that, something that's blatantly illegal. So anyway, that is your oxygen bar, and going in and sucking oxygen instead of having a drink, because you can't get high from this stuff. Now, there is one condition out there we'll be talking about a little bit later that's treated with 100% oxygen. And when we give that to them, we can expect them to happen to them. Oh, dude. Yeah, we can expect that to happen. And in some cases, they just pass out altogether. So we'll be talking a little bit later about what type of condition we treat with 100% oxygen. All right, so that's oxygen and some ins and outs about that. Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide maintains our blood pH. In other words, blood is slightly alkalinic, a little on the less than the acid side. I mentioned pH a little bit, I don't know, one day back when in gastro, I think it was, from 1, 7 to 14. 1 is acid, 14 is alkaline. Our blood is about 7.5. So it's slightly alkalinic, and the pH the carbon dioxide helps to keep our blood at that 7.5 like it should be. All right, now, other than that, it's a byproduct, and we can't build too much of it. We've got to get the excess off, so we breathe that off. When your pH, when your CO2 goes too low, and your oxygen is too high, that's what we call hyperventilation. Can can be caused by stress, anxiety, fear, panic attack. In the military, it often happened on the deployment line. For those of you who've never been associated with the military, imagine getting that call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you better answer the damn phone too. No, oh, I don't recognize the call. You better answer that damn phone, or somebody's gonna want to talk to you in the morning. So anyway, 3 o'clock in the morning, phone ring. Yeah. All right, Mahone, we're being deployed. Okay. Get up out the bed, go over to your closet, grab out your deployment bag. Think of it like a any minute bag. Everything you need to go to war, including toothbrush, toothpaste, change underwear, new uniforms, extra pair of boots, all should be in that bag. Grab it and go. You got 30 minutes to get there. So what we say is no shit, shower, or shave. Grab your shit, walk out the door, period. Babe, I'm gone. Matter of fact, if you show up there and you look too clean, first sergeant's going to want to talk to you. If your hair is done, your face is shaven, your uniform is first sergeant will want to talk to you. Oh, did you shave this morning? No shit, shower, shave. Grab your shit and get in here. All right. So when you get there, you go to this big hangar on the flight line, and it has all these tables lined up. You start at one section right there. It might be the church people. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, what type of last rites do you want? Do you have the right religion stamped on your dog tags and Do you want last rites? Blah, blah, blah. You finish with that person, go to the next table. That's the finance table. So who you want your money to go to if you die? Okay. And then where do you want your money to go while you're over there? And, you know, what accounts and blah, blah, blah. And then the next section would be the legal section. So who do you want to make legal decisions for you while you're gone and die? You go through all these stations, man. You finally get down to the medical station. Hey, do you have all your shots? No. Okay, step around right behind this partition, young man. I'll take care of you back there. Give you all them damn shots at one time. Better keep your shots up, man. You get 5 vaccines at one time. That's going to suck. You'll be sicker than shit, but you're still not getting out that damn line. You get down to one point where they're handing guns to people, and there's an airplane right there, ramped down, ready to go. And people just start panicking. Somebody goes, medic. You walk over there. All right, here, breathe in this paper bag, get back in the damn line. You're not getting out that line, y'all. You're getting on that damn airplane. And then they take the airplane up in the air and you fly around, and no windows because they can't see where you are. You fly around for 4 hours. They land the airplane, back door opens, you're right back where you started. It was an exercise. Reverse everything. First, I want to talk to you because your deployment bag wasn't complete. Yeah, they inspect those while it's sitting over there. I want to talk to you, blah, 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 why you didn't have your shots updated and yada, yada, yada. Okay, you can go home now. And by the way, be back here at 7:30. Yeah, you still go to work that day. So that's why people panic and they hyperventilate in the deployment line, man. They think they're going to war. So anyway, other things like, you got a, I don't know, job interview that day, trying to make the cheerleading squad or whatever, you may hyperventilate. Old school, yeah, we give you the paper bag to breathe in and out of. Today, it's more a matter of have you sit down, talk to you, try to get you to control your breathing. The paper bag is not necessarily the thing today. Some people still do it, but not everybody. All right, so that's carbon dioxide, and if it goes too low, you're going to be in that state of hyperventilation. All right, and the third body gas is called nitrogen. Now, it's a weird picture to have right there. Glass is half empty. All right, so what does nitrogen do for us? Let's look back at the blood and think of the human body as being a container that's filled with blood. If you put a hole in that container, obviously the blood leaves and the fluid level comes down. Now, there's one or two things that we can do. First of all, we fix the container. We seal the bullet hole. Now, we've got to get this blood volume back up to where it should be. Now, understand, I did not say amount. I said volume. We need this fluid, whatever's left, to take up the entire container. We'll get more blood into you when we can, but right now we need what you have to fill that entire container. How could we do that without putting more fluid inside you? How could we get that blood volume all the way up? Okay, that's what nitrogen does. What if we were to go into this amount right here? When we sealed you, that's what was left. We need to get that up here. What if I put bubbles in the water? What'll happen to the volume? It's pushed up. It's like having a coffee cup that's filled all the way to the top and then dropping a golf ball in there. What's going to happen? It's going to raise the volume. So we got it almost up there just by putting nitrogen bubbles in the blood. And that's what we use nitrogen for. Now, we still need to get it the rest of the way. So with no more nitrogen and no more fluid, how can we get this from here to there? It's pretty simple. Okay. What if we were to make this container smaller? In other words, squeeze the container down. And this fluid over here, guess where it ends up? There. You fill the container now. So nitrogen bubbles plus making the container smaller brings that blood volume back up to there. That'll keep you alive till we get you to the emergency room and get some blood inside you. So that's what we use nitrogen for. To help maintain blood volume during times of blood loss by bringing the level up for you. Okay, now, here I want to talk about one condition specially. This is where you put so much pressure on the body that it actually drives your blood pressure down. And when your blood pressure bottoms out, the effects on the body of having low blood pressure. You see, nitrogen responds to pressure in the body or on the body, not just in, but on. So if you have pressure go down, your blood pressure goes down. You start to release nitrogen bubbles to bring your blood volume back up. Okay. This is an indication that you have lost blood. Blood pressure goes down. You release nitrogen. Okay. Now, what is it that can bring your blood pressure down without actually losing any blood? You haven't lost any blood, but your blood pressure keeps going down. What could cause that to happen in somebody? What if there was a lot of pressure outside the body that squeezed the body so tightly that it actually causes their blood pressure to go down? And what state do you have to be in to make that happen to you? You ever held a gallon of water in your hand? How heavy is that shit? Now imagine if you have hundreds of gallons of water pressing against you all at the same time on every square inch of your body. And who does that happen to? Divers. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure against you. All that water pushing in on you. Y'all know there's only so deep that we can go as people, right? We can't get to the bottom of our oceans. We can't even send like cameras and stuff down there because they'll all implode. They'll squeeze like a beer can. The pressure is so great. Submarines can only go down to a certain depth. And that's what they mean when they say there are parts of our planet that we don't even know because you can't go down there. Everything, it implodes down there. Fish that live and monsters that live down there would be solid tissue. They have no openings in their body whatsoever. And if we didn't have lungs and stomach and all these openings in us, it wouldn't be a big deal for us either. But that's why we implode, because we have these spaces in here that just collapse. They have no openings inside their body, so they can live down at those deeper depths like that. But anyway, when divers go deeper and deeper, the pressure against the body drives down the blood pressure. They then release nitrogen. And this is why you really have to be in good shape to be a diver, guys. Don't think you're just going to go off on the weekend and dive and in the shape like I'm in. There's no freaking way. You would suck down an entire, the tanks they take with them, you'd suck down the entire tank in about 5 minutes. And these guys and girls, they learn to control their breathing so that they don't do that. But anyway, now you've been down here and you've had this pressure put against you. When you come back up, this nitrogen that's in your blood needs to be reabsorbed before you get to the surface. So as you come up, you come to a certain level and you stop. And you let the pressure equalize a little bit. Then you come up a little bit more and you stop, letting the pressure equalize. Then you come to and finally you break the surface. If you don't do this, if you're down here and you suddenly realize your tank isn't working right or whatever, and you come straight up, when you get to the top, you're still going to have that nitrogen in your blood. But your blood pressure is equalized now. So that nitrogen is going to be absorbed into your joints. When the nitrogen bubbles get into your joints, it's going to start pushing the joints apart because you got bubbles building up in here. So the bones are going to be pushed away from each other. That's like going to be painful as hell. We call the condition the bends because they come in bent over because of their hips. Think of the femur bone, your thigh bone being pushed away from the pelvis like that because nitrogen is building up in that joint. It's going to hurt like some bitch. You've got the bends. All right. So what do we do for you? One, you don't need to be breathing any more nitrogen. All your nitrogen is in your joints. You don't need any more. So we're going to put you on 100% oxygen. That's what we use that for. So you're not breathing any more nitrogen. And they're going to be stoned as hell. Yeah. We'll put them in a pressure chamber, altitude chamber, hyperbaric chamber that pushes you back down to this depth again inside the chamber. And then we bring you back up the way you were supposed to in the first place. And let all that nitrogen reabsorb into your tissues rather than into your joints. Let's see here. Go back here. These are hyperbaric chambers. Put you in there, put a lot of pressure back in there like you were down in the water, and then take the pressure off slowly. However, once that process starts, we cannot open this tube. They can talk to you on this little phone right here. Here are all the controls out there, but we cannot stop the process once it starts. If we do, you'll go back into the state of the bends, and then we have to start it all over again. Now, that lady standing right there with this person in that hyperbaric chamber is probably making about $125,000 a year. And that is not an RN. So don't let anybody convince you that nurses are the highest paid profession next to doctors. That is not true. There's a lot of people out there making a lot of money. Hyperbaric techs, about $125,000 a year. And that'll blow most RNs out the water. Now, of course, you're talking about 4 to 6 years of school, but there you go. So all types of jobs out there we can do, y'all. Okay. That's probably the doctor with the hyperbaric tech standing there. So just like doc, da, 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 da. So anyway, that is a hyperbaric chamber. What we do to you when you have the bends, put you in there, put the pressure back on you, and then release it slowly like it should have been in the first place. So that's what happens when you get too much nitrogen. It settles in your joints like that and causes the bends. Now in Greece, we had a 100% oxygen delivery system because we saw a few cases of the bends there on the island. And it, well, something else I need to mention about the bends as well. It happens if you dive and then fly in the same day. So if you're on vacation and your flight doesn't leave until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because people do that, they want to get as much day as possible. So they check out of the hotel and then spend the rest of the day and then go get their flight and leave. If you think you're going to dive during that time, when you get on that plane and they take it up to 10,000 feet, they start to pressurize the cabin, you're going to have the bends. And the stewardess knows exactly what you do because you're sitting there going, oh, ooh, Go and pick up that little phone that goes to the pilot, say, hey, yeah, da. They turn the plane around, take you back, land, take you off the plane. This happened to a lady who came there to visit her nephew who was in the military. Her husband came over to visit. And when they were leaving, it happened to her. Turned the plane around, took it back, and about 3 months later, they got a bill for $8,500 from the airline. Because that's how much it took them to take the plane off, turn it around, and bring it back. They had to replace all the fuel that they used. So they got a bill for $8,500 just because they had to turn that plane around. All right. Why did we see the bends so much in Greece? Because it's not just flying, it's changes in altitude. The island was shaped like this, with a mountain right in the middle that had snow on top year round. And there was a fully functional ski lift and ski lodge and all that up here. And down here, 80 degrees at the ocean. Not 79, not 81, 80 freaking degrees all day, every day. So on this one vacation, you could do your little snorkeling and all that, and you can snow ski in the same day on the same vacation. Isn't that cool? But if you try to do them in the same day, there you go. Bends. Because the drive between the beach and the snow mountain was 3 hours. So you could technically dive in the morning, drive up here, snow ski in the afternoon. But if you try that change in altitude is going to give you the bends. So that's why we had a 100% oxygen delivery system. And downtown hospital, they had the hyperbaric chambers. So we'd put you on 100%, drive you down there, and they would put you in the hyperbaric chamber. So that's what nitrogen does for us. All right. So let's do this before I forget. I got the wrong glasses on.
I was just about to remind you.
Oh, sure you was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know you was. It's like my wife. It was right on the tip of my tongue. I can't say nothing without her knowing it too. I was like, did you know? Yeah. Oh. Well, you know, they started. I know. She just thinks she knows every damn thing. All right, so anyway, Nicole is here. And where's Jordan Carter? She was supposed to be back today. No Jordan. Okay. Yordell is here. Michelle, are you here? Yep, I see you. Renisha is here. Where's Christopher? Christopher not here yet. Cheryl is here. Cassie is here. Jennifer is here. Elena, where you at? There you
I'm
are.
here.
I see you. Davion, there you are. Isaac is here. Jaime is here. Jasmine, did I see you? There you are. Linda is here. Melissa is here. Tatiana, where are you at? There you are. Maria Martinez, where you at? Still no Maria. Vanessa Pargas. Oh, there you are. I see you. And then Selena. Selena. No, Selena. Okay. And Latasha switched to night class. Sarah is here. Alma. Do I see you anywhere? Alma. No. Esther.
I'm here.
I see you. Okay. And then Crystal is here. And Savannah. Where's Savannah? I see you. Okay. No, not that. Okay, so Jordan Carter, Christopher, Mariah Martinez, Selena Puente, and Alma Segovia. Going once, going twice. All right. Sent. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. It's 9:15. Come back at 9:30. All right. So those are the three body gases: oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. So let's go on and start naming the parts of the respiratory system, starting with the nose. The word parts for nose, and I don't believe I don't have them in here, so let me put them in here. Rhino and naso. Both mean nose. As in, stop that. Why is it doing that? As in rhinoceros or nasal, pertaining to the nose. Nasal. Examples would be nasal or something like rhinorrhea, a runny nose. Okay, in our nose we have mucous membranes, and I want y'all to pay attention to the two terms, mucus and mucus. They're pronounced exactly the same, but you see they're spelled differently. The OUS refers to the membrane that produces mucus, the US. So this is the membrane, this is the snot, if you will. Okay. So notice the difference in spelling. The membrane, there's an O. The snot, there's not. So no O in snot. Anyway, and it moistens and warms the inhaled air for us so that it is not dry all the time, like when you had those nasal prongs in there. Those dry out the mucous membrane, and as a result, you're breathing dry air. The mucous membrane keeps that from happening and also helps to warm the air as we breathe it in. Okay. Some people have their body produces too much mucus in the respiratory tract, like me. It's always been that way for me ever since I was a little kid. I learned this, that I was kind of different from everybody else when I first tried to sneeze the cool way. You know how you just go, you know, man, I tried that mess. I just like, and shit just shot. I mean, squirted out my freaking nose, hanging off my chin. It was nasty, y'all. And there were a bunch of other kids around too. So anyway, I learned way back when. Now I'm a grown ass man, 57 years old, and I still hold my nose when I sneeze. Does anybody else do that? Because if I don't, that shit will shoot out all over the place. I was the snot kid growing up. Yeah. I was the one that always had that line of dried snot across the face from doing this all day. Yeah, that little white line going across your face. My cuffs of my shirts were always crusty because from doing this. Because the teacher wouldn't let you get up and get a Kleenex, that kind of stuff. So anyway, I was the snot kid growing up. I forget y'all. But anyway, so that is the mucous membranes. My sinuses are too small. My frontal sinus is smaller than it should be. And as a result, I don't breathe through my nose like everybody else. Everybody else, what I mean by I do breathe through my nose, but y'all breathe through both nostrils at the same time. I never breathe through both nostrils at the same time. One of them always is plugged for me because my body just produces too much snot. Things. All right. So anyway, so my wife, every time I mention, yeah, I ain't never kissing you again. Yes, you are, girl. You know you like all that. Don't even try it. So one of the most common issues is going to happen at the nose is, and we'll talk about broken nose and all that kind of stuff when we do the skeletal system. But when you get the bloody nose, and there's the word for it down there. That word is pronounced epistaxis. It means nosebleed, epistaxis. You got a nosebleed.
Girl.
Duh. You just yell at me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you was yelling at me. I was like, damn.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, man. Anyway, so epistaxis is the nosebleed. All right. So what do you do when somebody has a nosebleed? How do you handle that? And first, let me say first that adults shouldn't get nosebleeds. Children get them because their nasal vessels are still fragile and they tend to rupture way more than ours do. Especially the kids outside on a hot, dry day. Don't be surprised they come in the house with a nosebleed. Yeah. So, but adults shouldn't get nosebleed. It's an indication that they have transient hypertension. In other words, their blood pressure went up for some reason and caused a vessel in their nose to pop. Okay. Happened to me one day. I was in an argument with somebody at work and ended up getting a nosebleed in the middle of the argument. I was like, screw this. It's not even worth it, man. So anyway, I see Alma now. All right. Gotcha. Anybody else show up? How about Jordan, Christopher, did you show up? Maria or Vanessa Pargas? Anybody? Okay. All right. So what do you do for somebody who has a nosebleed? Anybody? Don't be shy.
Pinch the nose.
Pinch the nose.
Pinch the nose. All right.
You're not supposed to lean the head back no more.
Pinch the nose like this. So go down to the edge of the bone right there. When you get to the edge of that bone and you feel tissue, squeeze in, and then hold your head forward, not back. If you hold your head back, where's the blood going to go?
Back.
In your stomach or in your lungs. If you hold your head forward, let the blood leave the body. Remember, any blood that's not in the blood vessel is an internal bleed. We don't want that. So we want that blood to leave the body. So pinch off and hold the nose forward, hold the head forward like that. After about 5 minutes, it hasn't stopped bleeding, you might want to try a cold pack across the bridge of their nose. Just if you got an ice pack or if you got a dish rag that you can put ice in and just set that on the bridge of their nose. It slows down the blood flow enough that the blood will eventually start to clot off. If it's an ice pack, if it hasn't clotted off in about 15 minutes, you need to go and bring them to the emergency room. And we'll get up in there with a silver nitrate stick and cauterize the blood vessel. So it's a stick, looks like a long match. And on the end, it has this stuff called silver nitrate that heats up when you touch fluid. So as soon as we touch the bleeder with this part right here, it's going to get real hot. And that cauterizes the blood vessel so it stops bleeding. So we get a silver nitrate stick, get up in there and cauterize it to stop it from bleeding. So that's a nosebleed. Epistaxis, the most dramatic issue that happens at the nose. Remember that some people are going to find it difficult to breathe through their nose. So it was always an issue for gas masks and things like that. But also just these regular masks that we wear around here today. I've got to make sure I've got just the right mask on. Yesterday, man, we went to the flea market and my wife's car, when we bought the thing, it had all these air freshener little tabs in there. And I made the mistake of putting my mask down on top of one of the air fresheners, sat there for a couple of days. Put that mask on yesterday, y'all, and my lungs started to burn, and that shit was so strong in there. So anyway, so that's an epistaxis, a nosebleed. All right. Now, from the nose and mouth, we've already seen that connection. Just briefly, your nasal passage, which went around like that, your hard palate that separated the nose from the nasal passage with your soft palate in the back, and then your teeth, I know vampire teeth, and then your oral passage, and all of that going right down in the same direction. Okay. So remember, the connection between the nasal passage and the oral passage is blocked by your soft palate that keeps food from getting up into your nose rather than going down your throat like it should. All right. Now, the other day when we did the stomach, we covered the tube that went down the front, or down the back, excuse me. So now let's look at the tube that goes down the front. Remember, the oral passage and nasal passage came around to the same tube, and then it separated, one going down the front, one going down the back, and had that trap door right there called your epiglottis that closed off the airway whenever you swallowed something. So now you're not swallowing, you're breathing. So the epiglottis stays open to allow the air to move down into this tube in the front. The tube in the back was called your esophagus. The one in the front is your trachea. So that's the tube we'll be following today, the trachea. And first, let's just say that the trachea is right in front, right there. Now, when we walked on all fours, this part was facing towards the ground where it was protected. When we stood up, we exposed one of our most sensitive spots to our enemy. Yes, right there. That hand chop, that karate chop to the front of the neck, that works. Or if nothing else, just get your damn hand in there and push. Okay. So remember what I said, if somebody's messing with you, don't run away from them, run towards them. As long as you know they don't have a knife or a gun in their hand, get up in their face. That's where you can do all the damage. They're all up in here, just reaching and grabbing and squeezing, chopping if you can, pushing with your thumb, if nothing else. Just get up in there and try to do some damage right there. All right, and that's this part right here. That's what you'll be pushing on. All right, so there is some protection for our trachea in the form of cartilage rings. You see the largest cartilage right here is called your thyroid cartilage. It's called that because the thyroid gland sits right on top of it, kind of like this, in those little dips. Right. So that's your thyroid cartilage. And the second cartilage down, right here, number 2, is called the cricoid, and you see their names. Now, all the rest of them have names as two as well, but unless you're going to be a doctor of anatomy, you usually don't get into naming those. These are the 2 that we typically name, the first and the second, the thyroid cartilage and the cricoid cartilage. And we're naming those not because of the cartilage itself, but we want to be able to name this different color, this space right here. The space between them. Now, in the diagram, they're naming the ligament that covers the space, but we want to name the space itself. The cricothyroid space. The space between the thyroid cartilage and the cricoid cartilage, the space between those 2. Why is that space so important that we spend this much time talking about it? Because that's where you cut a person's neck when they can't breathe. So it's not right here. That little dip, that's the that's the sternal notch right there. You don't want to cut right there. It's actually about an inch higher. Right there. Hold on it, this damn camera. So this is the notch right there. You're cutting about an inch higher to get into the cricothyroid space. Right now, my finger is sitting right between the 2 cartilages. So you can feel that with a finger like that. And there it is. So that's where you cut to put that tube in for somebody to breathe through. And today it's not a cut, it's a punch. Comes the kit already, just take out the punch, unwrap it, put it in the spot and punch it. Takes about a second to do, and it puts a tube right there.
And only a doctor can do that, right?
Now, paramedics can do it as well. And you can breathe through that space right there. I've done it twice in my career, or actually 3 times in my career. The first time I had to do it, it was in a living room during a little family Christmas party. And the little girl was 7 years old, and she was choking on something and could not breathe. So I had to go and cut her neck right there with everybody watching. And this was before the punch. So I literally did have to cut and insert the tube with the family standing there watching and with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer playing in the background. And I did something dumb. Yeah. The music was loud. I'm trying to concentrate. They're all just standing there watching. And I finally just looked up and said, will somebody turn that crap down? So, and then I guess it was the uncle or whatever went over and turned the music down. But anyway, it's dumb. I wouldn't do it again. But, you know, it was my first time, y'all. I'd never done this before. Of course, we did it in school. We did it with animals. At the place where I went to school, they would order, at the EMT school, they would order these mannequins that you could do this to, and then other like dog tracheas and that type of stuff that you can get the sensation of the tissue and poking through it. But I'd never done it before. But anyway.
The little girl scared of the Rudolph song. Every time she hears it, she got a flashback.
She was unconscious by the time, you know, we did this. But at the same time, I hate Christmas music. And that's one of the reasons. I like the Christmas season, but I hate Christmas music. Every time I hear Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, I think of the stress felt on my body when that happened. And that's a part of post-traumatic or a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. All right. So the tube that leads from the mouth to the lungs is your trachea. Know that. Protected by cartilage, and the 2 largest are the thyroid and the cricoid. By the way, if you cut a person right there at the cardiac notch, you cut that open, it's going to collapse both their lungs and kill them. So there you go. That's the stress of doing this. You cut in the wrong place, you kill this person. I know y'all have seen these openings right here in people that have been in the hospital and they put a tracheotomy in them. That's done in surgery. And what happens is your trachea, after the thyroid and cricoid cartilage, so you got those 2 large cartilages. After that, the trachea actually angles backwards a little bit, with their skin being right here. So if you cut right there, you're not getting into the trachea, you're getting into their chest cavity, and that evacuates all the air, causes both their lungs to collapse. Okay? So you have to get into the tube up here. In surgery, they will take this, the trachea, and they'll pull it forward like that. And then put the hole. And while they're doing that, the person's on heart-lung bypass the whole time. So that's why you see the holes in the neck right there at the cardiac notch or at the sternal notch, because the trachea was pulled forward, sewn together, and now they can breathe in and out that hole. If you do that on the side of the road, it's going to collapse both their lungs. Yes?
So, is there anything like for paramedics that they would actually have to call in and get approval for from a doctor or something that you guys need to do at site or something?
It depends on what state you're working in. And yes, you do have radio contact with the doctors at all times. There's a doctor on the other end of the radio. We don't go out in an ambulance without a doctor standing there at the radio. They used to be, well, the doctors available. No, today they have to be standing there at the radio in case you have any questions. Not necessarily to guide you, but in case you have any questions. Back in the day, yeah, it literally was. You tell the doctor what you're looking at, the doctor tells you what to do. But they found that that caused a dramatic delay in treatment. So the doctor is there in case there's something you need to ask. And of course, I'm sure they don't use radios today. They probably use cell phones. But back in my day, it was all about control. This is medic one. Go ahead, medic one. Yeah, I've got it. And you know, you're talking on the radio. So you're pretty much telling them what you're looking at and what you're getting ready to do. If the doctor has a problem with that, then they have a chance to say, no, don't do that. Okay? But primarily, you're not asking their advice. They're just kind of listening and making sure you're not saying something stupid that you're getting ready to do. Okay, so the tube that leads from the mouth to the lungs is called the trachea, protected by cartilage, and the two largest cartilages are the thyroid and the cricoid cartilage. The next thing we want to talk about is called the larynx. The larynx happens right inside. Once that tube breaks off, the trachea headed down the front, the larynx is the first thing encountered right there, your voice box. Now, the larynx is not vocal cords. The first person that looked down into somebody's trachea, when they looked down, they saw, you know, the trachea looking down the tube, and they saw these flaps of tissue like this that were raised and white on the edges. So they said they look like cords. But the fact is that it's all tissue right here. The light wouldn't let them see the tissue. Only thing they saw was the two white edges. So they called them vocal cords, but they're actually flaps of tissue. And what they do is they come in like this, and the closer they come together, the more the air is squeezed as it passes through there, and the higher pitched the sound will be. So to make high pitched sounds, we bring them closer together. For lower pitch, we bring them apart. And that's why women's voices are higher pitched than men. Women have narrower necks, therefore your vocal cords don't spread as much, and you can still bring them all the way together. When men start to develop the muscles of the neck, it pulls their vocal cords apart, and as a result, they can't get them all the way together anymore. So it's difficult for men to make really high-pitched noises. Unless you're a singer like Michael Jackson or Philip Bailey or Steven Tyler, who sings all the time, you might still be able to bring them together pretty good. But as boys get older, the necks get wider and the vocal cords get pulled apart. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of these people before. Wait a minute. It's all the way back. These kids, they're all black kids. They're all from New York. They form the Harlem Boys Choir. Y'all ever heard of them before? These dudes sing all over the world, and they're known for really high-pitched falsetto. And typically what you have to do is once you reach a certain age, you usually have to leave the choir because your voice becomes too deep. I mean, really just, if you think of like the Catholic, really high-pitched falsetto singing or chanting type thing, that's what they do. And they're known all over the freaking world. They, again, when you reach a certain age, the voice becomes too deep and you have to leave the choir. Known all over the world. So anyway, their performances are based on being able to pull their vocal cords all the way together and make those high-pitched sounds like Michael Jackson and some of the other singers. Now, if you sing in the choir from when you were a kid, there's a chance that as you get older, you may be able to maintain that falsetto. If you can, then yeah, you can stay in the choir. But if you lose it, like me, there's no way. So anyway, that is your vocal cords and the voice box containing the vocal cords. This is also what things tend to get trapped on. Remember, as soon as this tube tears down to the front, The voice box is right there. So if you swallow something in there, a candy, piece of meat, anything else, is typically going to get caught on the vocal cords. And that's what you're choking on. All right. Okay, now, the trachea travels down, and I want to get into, well, let's make this big. You know what? Let's copy this. How about that? Zoom. Oh, doggone it. I didn't copy it. Right. All right. So as we come down here, this is your trachea. But you see, it only takes it to about there. It should take it all the way down to about there. All of that is your trachea. Which all the cartilage there helping to protect it. And by the way, when we walked on all fours, that cartilage might not have been there, especially these two. They probably didn't develop until we stood upright. But now, once at the end of the trachea, is going to separate into two tubes, one going to each lung. It's now called bronchus, your right bronchus and left bronchus. And does anybody remember how to make this plural? Right bronchus, left bronchus, or right and left what?
Bronchi.
Bronchi. Remember, US becomes I. So it's the right bronchus, left bronchus, or the right and left bronchi. One tube going to each lung. After that tube enters the lung, you're going to see, let's do red. 1, 2, 3 branches of that tube. 1, 2, 3. But look on the left side, 1 and 2. That's because your right lobe has 1, 2, 3 lobes, and your left lung has 1, 2. So it's going to separate into the number of tubes that takes it into 1 to each lobe. The right lobe having 3 lungs, there are 3 branches. The left lung having 2 lobes, there are 2 branches. Those branches, 1, 2, and 3 right there, are called secondary bronchi. So you separate into your bronchus, right and left, which separates down into smaller tubes called the secondary bronchi, going to each lobe. Once the secondary bronchi enters its lobe, it starts breaking into smaller and smaller branches. Those small branches are called bronchiole, because O-L-E means small. So the trachea comes down and branches into the right and left bronchi. The bronchi then separates into secondary bronchi, which go to each lobe, and then the branches inside the lobe are called bronchioles, O-L-E meaning small. Okay. So that is the tubage going down into your lungs, the trachea to the bronchus, to the secondary bronchi, down to the bronchioles. And that's what you're seeing over here. Bronchus, secondary bronchi, bronchioles. Okay, and you see the word asthma right there. And here's the word you want. Bronchospasm. When you see that in the definition, It's asthma, bronchospasms. Condition that causes bronchospasms, asthma. Okay, so what is asthma? I want just, let's go on and take this out. Right. Your trachea, the right and left bronchi. When you're having asthma, what's happening is you're getting something into your respiratory tract that's causing the bronchus to spasm. In other words, squeeze down tight like that. So when you're moving air through here, no problem. When you move air through here, the air gets squeezed as it gets pulled through there. And it comes through like, that's why they wheeze when they breathe in and out. The air is being squeezed as it's pulled through here. People who are having an asthma attack say it often feels like running a marathon while breathing through a drinking straw. That's how tight these can be spasmed down like that. So we need to give you a medication that reverses this. And this is called, it's caused by a spasm, but the squeezing right there is called bronchoconstriction. Broncho, I just spelled that wrong. I spelled it way wrong. Bronchoconstriction. The squeezing down right there caused by a bronchospasm. So what do we need to do for you? We need to open that up. And how do we open it up? We give you a medication called bronchodilator to open up. See, you're bronchoconstricted right now. We need to dilate you. Bronchodilator. Open that bad boy up right there. All right. So what can cause bronchospasms? Chemicals. Like cleaning chemicals. Somebody's cleaning up the, mopping the floor in your work area. What about perfumes and colognes? COLOGNE. Perfumes and colognes. Dust, hair, like cat hair, dog hair, called, or the particles that come off. In humans, we call it dandruff. In animals, we call it dander. So cat dander, or hair, or dog dander, the little stuff that's coming off of their hair or off their skin, right? So any of this kind of stuff getting into the airway, the chemicals that come from the breakdown of cockroaches. I don't know if I spelled cockroaches right, but anyway, that's why you almost always see more asthma in ghetto environments. And it's not saying these people's house is dirty or their apartment is dirty, but anybody who's lived in apartments will tell you that if your neighbors have cockroaches, you do too. So it's not necessarily your house or apartment. They're coming from next door. Here at this house, they come from outside. So we've got to spray around the outside of the house all the time to try and keep the damn cockroaches from coming into the house. And every time we spray, we'll find a couple in the house, because when we spray, it actually chases them into the house. So, but as the dead carcasses, as they break down, they release chemicals that the kids breathe in. Now, so those are things that are causing this bronchospasm right there. We need to give them a bronchodilator to get them opened up so they can breathe better. Now, the good news is that if your child has asthma, the good news is they'll tend to, most children will outgrow it. If your kid still has asthma by, say, 10th grade of high school, they're going to be asthmatic for their entire life, probably. Most kids will outgrow it before then. Asthma tends to happen in younger children because their respiratory system is still maturing, getting used to all this stuff that they're breathing. And something may cause an asthma attack in them for a while, and then when they get used to it, the attacks stop. Now, there are two treatments for asthma when somebody's having an asthma attack. And those treatments are, first of all, the meter dose inhaler, also called a rescue inhaler. What this means is that when you squeeze that thing, they get the same dose every time. It's a metered dose. Meter means to measure or a measurement. So they get the same medicine every time they squeeze to get the same dose. So a meter dose inhaler, also called a rescue inhaler. These are good for school. You're at the mall or something like that. If you're at home, you need to be on the nebulizer. If you come to the emergency room or in the hospital, we're going to put you on a nebulizer. So the meter dose inhaler, just like its name implies, the rescue inhaler is used for, out there in the public. If you're someplace that you can use a nebulizer, you need to use this. This is way better than that. But this will get you home until you can get on the nebulizer. Did we talk about those? We didn't? Okay. All right. Meter dose inhaler. See that bad boy right there? Okay. And you put it in and get that medicine down into your lungs. Now, this is hard for children to use sometimes, especially little kids. The mechanics behind it is sometimes a little overwhelming for them. And most people will use this incorrectly. If you use it the way you see them do it on TV, it's wrong. What they do on TV is they squeeze and breathe. No, you just put all the medication in your mouth. We need it in your lungs. So we need you to start breathing and then squeeze in the middle of the breath. So you put it up and you start breathing in. And we teach them to rock back like that to kind of give them the mechanics of breathing first, and then in the middle of the breath, squeezing the inhaler. So you may find yourself sitting across a desk or a table from some kid with a saline inhaler. It's a practice thing, just trying to teach them how to use it. No, sweet, I need you to start breathing first. If they just can't get it, then we'll go ahead and put a spacer on there. This little tube right here. And what she'll do is she will squeeze the medication into the tube and then pull it out of the tube like that. So that was invented because children just had so much trouble with the mechanics of using this thing. So take it, squeeze it into the tube, and then inhale the medicine out of the tube. All right, so that's a metered dose inhaler. It's good for when you don't have anything else. When you can, in a hospital or at home, you'd be taking a nebulizer treatment. The reservoir, put the medication into the reservoir, is 3 cc's. The machine sends a mist of air up through here, and it actually turns the fluid into a mist that you can now breathe through the mouthpiece. So that's a nebulizer machine. The most common medication to go in here is a medication called albuterol. It's a very effective bronchodilator. And this machine will nebulize the medicine at 1 cc for every 5 minutes. The standard dose is 3 cc's. So they're going to be on the machine for 15 minutes. And that's important to remember. You can even do it with a mask, same nebulizer. Instead of having a mouthpiece, use a mask. I do that with a baby or a little kid. This is what I want to see right here. Take off the cap, just kind of pop it off right there where the cursor is, and puts the medication in here. Usually comes in these little plastic vials. You twist the top off and squeeze it down into the reservoir, all 3 cc's. Put the cap back on, plug this onto the machine, turn the machine on, and the little air is coming up through here, nebulizing the liquid inside the reservoir, turning it into a mist. The mouthpiece, they're breathing through right there. So what is this tube for? Any mist that they don't breathe in, rather than going out into the room, gets trapped in this long tube. So on their next breath, they pull that into. So this tube is there so you're not wasting a lot of the medicine out into the atmosphere or whatever. It gets trapped in that tube and they'll breathe it in on the next breath. Looks like a big long joint. We used to talk about the patients sitting up in the room, these long joints hanging out their mouth, that white tube right there. All right, so that's a nebulizer. And they're not really expensive, man. You can get a decent nebulizer for about $40. Keep it in your house. What the hell? Keep it in your house. There's a damn dog out there making noise. Keep it in your house for your kids. My nebulizer actually is in the trunk of the car because I keep meaning to take it to work so they can use it in the lab up there so y'all can learn how to do that. PCTs and medical assistants both need to know how to do breathing treatments because we do them in clinics but also inpatient in the hospitals. All right. Now, some important information about putting somebody on a nebulizer. 3 cc's per minute or 1 cc per minute, and the dose is 3 cc's. They're going to be on that machine for 1 cc for every 5 minutes. I'm sorry. So they'll be on the machine for 15 minutes. Now, you've got somebody who's having difficulty breathing. What's going to happen if you give them this little mouthpiece and tell them if you breathe this stuff, you're going to breathe better? What do you think they're going to do with that thing? And try to suck up all the medicine. Can you deep breathe like that for 15 minutes? If you do, you're going to hyperventilate. Common for people to hyperventilate when they're on a nebulizer. And that could cause you to pass out. Never leave somebody alone on a nebulizer. Somebody must be in the room with them. And again, it can be a family member. If the family's there, you tell them, okay, I'm going to step out. Y'all keep an eye on her while she's on the breathing treatment. That's fine. But if they come by themselves, you cannot leave the room. Put them on the nebulizer, you have to stand there with them. Imagine, I was walking through the ER one day, and, you can hear the nebulizer coming from the room. Boo. So, man, I'm just poking in, and there's a lady. She's sitting up on the exam table with the nebulizer, and nobody in the room with her. She was in there all by herself. Have y'all seen the height of your average exam table? It's about this high off the floor, about 3.5, 4 feet off the floor. And if they fall off of that, could that cause serious damage? So I went to find the EMT. Say, hey, why is that lady in there by herself on a breathing treatment? Oh, well, I had to go out and get da. Okay. Now, this was after I'd already called somebody else to just stand in there with her. Say, how are you doing? Everything going okay? Okay. Listen, I'm going to have Aaron so-and-so come in here and stand with you. Yeah. And I went and found who was supposed to be in that damn room. And you come on down to my office and talk to me, Slick. What you doing leaving somebody in a room by themselves on a nebulizer treatment? Oh, well, I had to go get this and I had to go get that. Okay. Well, here's what you can go get. You can get your ass out of my emergency room. Yeah, Gomer, goodbye. Go find yourself someplace else to work. Remember, if you don't know the basics, you got to wonder what else they don't know. So that's asthma, which causes bronchospasms, and the medication we give them is called a bronchodilator. With asthma, that's the key word you're looking for on this test, bronchospasms. That is asthma. Okay, so what's happening at the end of all those tubes we talked about with your trachea, bronchus, secondary bronchi, going all the way down to the tiny tubes inside the lobes. And those tubes would be right there. That's all those tiny branches, each one culminating in this sac. And those sacs are made up of what we call the alveolus. So instead of thinking of it like one sac, all these have all these alveoli in there. Remember, something ends in US, you change it to plural by making it an I. So there are about 3 million alveoli in each lung, looking like a cluster of grapes at the end of each of the tubes. And take in your notes that the alveoli is where the gas is exchanged. This is where oxygen is pulled in, or carbon dioxide is pulled into the alveoli, and oxygen gets pulled out into the blood for circulation. So this is where the gas exchange happens, CO2 for CO2 for oxygen being exchanged at the alveoli. And take this term right here. The alveoli is the functional unit of the lungs. That's the first time we get to use that phrase, functional unit. What it means is that this is the thing that's responsible for doing whatever that organ is associated with. Since the lungs are associated with gas exchange, then where that gas exchange happens is called the functional unit. Another example is that the kidneys are responsible for filtration. So the cells in our kidneys that actually do the filtration are called the functional unit of the kidneys. This is the functional unit of the lungs, where the gas is actually exchanged, your alveoli. So know that term for your testing, the functional units of the lungs, the alveoli. And the alveoli are elastic, which means they swell up like a balloon when you breathe in. Those are all your alveoli swelling up, pulling in all that air. But then when you relax and stop breathing in, they come back down on their own, like a balloon would. So they're elastic. We swell them up, and then we relax, and the air pushes out automatically. That doesn't happen in everybody. If the alveoli lose the elasticity, in other words, these people breathe in, and when they relax, theirs don't come down on their own. So they have to push the air out. So when you see somebody breathing like that, like they're trying to blow out a birthday cake or blow up a rubber tube or whatever, That's a classic sign that they have emphysema, when the alveoli lose their elasticity, and they have to literally push the air out with every exhale. Comes out naturally on you as soon as you relax. They have to push it out. It won't come out on its own. And that's the pursed lipped breathing. You're pursing the lips to create back pressure. If you just do this, you can't evacuate the lungs as effectively. So you squeeze up, and you're able to push the air out of there better. The other thing that happens with emphysema is the barrel chest. I saw a guy over at the building the other day. This guy definitely had emphysema. You could see the barrel chest on him, like really obvious. Really? Damn, I hate Bing. All right, there's a good one. See that? Why is their chest getting like that? Because they're doing this. And the muscles between their ribs are getting bigger. Pressing the ribs apart, causing their chest to take on this barrel type of look. So it's a barrel chest. Classic when somebody has emphysema. Another good. That's probably the best one in there. Okay. All right. Anyway, so that's a barrel chest. When the chest just kind of puffs up like that. And then they have what's called a hypoxic drive. Take a second to explain that. Most of us when our CO2 levels go up, we breathe. So right now, you're not breathing because you need oxygen, or you don't breathe as often as you do because you need oxygen. If you only breathe because you need oxygen, you probably breathe about once every 15 seconds or so. But we breathe in and out every couple of seconds because we're building up CO2. That's a CO2 drive. You're breathing as often as you do to get off the excess CO2. When you have emphysema, your body switches to a hypoxic drive. And you only breathe when your oxygen goes low. You see the difference? They breathe when their CO2 gets high. These people breathe when their oxygen gets low. So they are breathing as often as they do because their tissues are low in oxygen. And that's why if you administer oxygen to this person at a high flow, they're going to stop breathing because they don't need it. They only breathe because they need oxygen. You bring their oxygen level way the hell up here, it'll cause them to stop breathing. That's a hypoxic drive. This is a CO2 drive. You breathe to get off the extra CO2. Hypoxic drive, you're breathing because your tissues need oxygen. Okay. Does anybody know or can guess what the average level of oxygen is in your tissues in your body right now, being represented in percent? So what's the percent of oxygen in your tissues right now? Anybody want to guess?
99.
99%. And how did you know that?
I took a wild guess.
I took a wild guess. Okay, why 99? Because the machine only has 2 digits. Okay. The pulse oximeter, the thing we put on your finger, tells us how much oxygen is in the tissues of that finger right there. And that's why we put it out there at the fingertip. If you've got good oxygen out here, then you've got good oxygen every place else. So that's why we put that thing out there on the fingertip. And it only goes up to 99. And it should be reading 99 when we put it on your finger. If it's reading 96, you're probably having an asthma attack right now. If it's reading 92, emphysema. When it starts getting down this low, that's when you switch to a hypoxic drive and you start breathing because you need oxygen as opposed to everybody else who breathes to get off the CO2. So it's a hypoxic drive. They're breathing because their body needs oxygen. If you give them too much oxygen, they actually stop breathing. All right. So that thing that picks up the amount of oxygen in your tissues is called your pulse, because it counts your pulse too. I spelled that wrong. Pulse oximeter. It measures your pulse and the percent of oxygen in the tissues. The pulse oximeter or oximeter. Measure the amount of oxygen in there. Your pulse oximeter. And it should read about 99 in everybody, unless you're having some type of breathing issue going on. All right, so let's look at the alveoli itself. You see it right here. Or alveolus. Where's my damn thing at? Oh, where does it go? What's it doing over there? Why can't I see my cursor over here? Oh, now see, this is getting on my nerves a little bit. There's a cursor right there. When I bring it down, it disappears because there's a picture right there of some type. No, there's not. Oh, what a pain. I can't see. Everybody seeing what's happening to me? The cursor right there, no problem. Bring it down and it disappears. Okay, never mind. I'll close that, reopen it. All right, so anyway, what was I going to talk about? Oh, the alveoli. Okay, let this open back up again. Now it's back. Now this is over here where it should be. All right. And, oh. Okay, so this is a blood vessel coming from your, damn it, stop that. From your heart. Remember, we called it the pulmonary artery, since it's flowing away from the heart. We're carrying carbon dioxide. It shrinks down to these tiny, tiny vessels that wrap around the alveoli. And as the blood flows through here, the carbon dioxide is pulled out so you can breathe it out. And the oxygen that you're breathing in gets pulled into the blood, circulates through this vessel, your pulmonary veins, flowing back to the heart with all that oxygen ready to be delivered now. And that's a natural process. There's no mechanics to this. As long as that red cell contains iron, when you circulate it through here, the oxygen gets pulled into it, flows out the other side to the heart, and now it's ready to be pumped to the body. So that mechanism is pretty simple. All we have to do is take blood that's high in carbon dioxide, circulated around the alveoli. The CO2 gets pulled out, the oxygen gets pulled in, and it continues to flow right back to where it just came from. And you see, again, the clustering of the alveoli, each one of these being a separate alveoli with the blood vessels wrapped around them. Carbon dioxide going in, oxygen coming out, and flowing right back to your heart. The tube right here carries the CO2, and you breathe it off. And then pulls oxygen down and then into the blood vessels for you. So that's how the gas exchange happens at the alveoli. It's nothing, no secret recipe or whatever. As long as there's iron, the oxygen will be pulled in automatically. So from here, know that the alveoli are the functional units of the lungs. And if they lose elasticity, we call that state or condition emphysema. And you might have seen the TV commercial that says where the kid goes, "Granddad, are you having trouble breathing?" And Granddad says, "Well, when you can't get air out, it's hard to get air in." So the when they have emphysema, their problem is not pulling the air in. Their problem is getting the air out. Until they get it out, they can't get new air in. All right. So that is functional unit and then what emphysema is. So now let's talk about this term y'all have heard before. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD. COPD includes two conditions. One we've talked about already, emphysema, and the other one is chronic bronchitis. What is bronchitis? Inflammation inside the bronchus. There's a difference between inflammation and bronchospasms. So this is asthma. The entire tube squeezes down tight. In bronchitis, your tube stays open, but you get gunk build up in there. So you see, you still have the same space you're trying to breathe through, but it's happening for two different reasons. This one is squeezing down tight. This one is all this gunk built up in there. What gunk are we talking about? Tar from cigarettes is the most common. Okay. So that's the difference between having an asthma attack and having bronchitis. The swelling in there as opposed to squeezing in there. All right. So if you have one or both of these, you get your diagnosis of COPD. The common mistake out there is that you have to have both. That's not true. Either one or either one of these or both of these gets you the diagnosis of COPD. And since I have chronic bronchitis right now, I could go on over there and get my diagnosis, but who wants to do that? Anyway. Oh, by the way, did y'all know I have a birthday coming up Friday? I just thought I'd put that out there. You know, I'm not asking for anything. I just thought I'd put that out there. Now, how many times y'all think I've mentioned that to my wife in the past couple of weeks? Ooh, wait, who's got a birthday coming up? Oh, I know it's your birthday coming up. Oh, yeah, girl. Mm-hmm. You gotta spend some money on me. You know I'm working. We was in the mall Saturday, y'all. Walked up to this jewelry store looking at this gold chain in there. I was like, oh, man, look. I said, babe, ask him how much that chain is. It's on sale for $26,000. Take that with you home, $26,000, and it's on sale. You would get out of here with that mess, man. Walk around with $26,000 hanging around your neck. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm worth it though, but I ain't gonna spend that you don't have to spend that much money on me, sweetie. I know damn well I ain't spend no damn $26,000 on your ass. No, you ain't worth it. Oh, she know I'm worth it. Anyway, I can't wait to see what she gets me for my birthday. All right, so anyway, I'm like a kid, y'all, on birthday. I want some cool stuff. All right, so anyway, that's COPD. Know that it includes both of these conditions. You can have one or the other or both. Either way, you get that diagnosis. All right, now our lungs are the ones that actually pull the air in. You see, we haven't shown, when we looked at the trachea, the bronchi, the bronchioles, all these little tiny tubes. We didn't say about anything about pulling air in because they don't. This is just a bag down there. The bag itself doesn't pull air. So what pulls air in us? The chest. Our chest is a vacuum. And anytime you increase the size of that, it's going to pull air in through your nose and mouth. And you do that by doing what? Using the muscles between your ribs to push the ribs apart, making the chest bigger, and also pulling down with a muscle called your diaphragm. So your lungs are sitting in there like this, with everything coming down to your stomach, and the diaphragm comes right across, just like that. And when you pull down with this muscle, it pulls air into your lungs. So the diaphragm pulls down when you breathe in. And what's right below the diaphragm? Your stomach. That's why it might feel a little hard to breathe when your stomach is full. Your diaphragm can't pull down. The stomach is right up against it. Oh man, ooh, yeah, I ate good, but because your stomach is full. And that's also why it's hard to breathe when you got a big old rockhead baby sitting down there. The diaphragm can't pull down. The baby's in the way. So pregnant women tend to get out of breath. Okay. Now, what happens if you lie flat on your back, that being your lung, your head's up here. So that's your lung with the diaphragm and the stomach right below. Remember, gravity is going to push down this way. So gravity is going to be pulling this, pulling your stomach up against your diaphragm. And it's going to make it a little harder for you to breathe. But if we turn you face down, the organs get pulled this way, diaphragm's right there. There's nothing pushing against it, so you can inflate your lungs a little bit better. So that's why they're taking all the COVID patients that are having difficulty breathing and putting them on their stomach. You don't have all of this pressing against your abdominal organs. They get to go down against the bed, and the diaphragm can be a little more effective. So that's your diaphragm. It's your main muscle of respiration. And that's why if you take a baby and lay them flat on their back, you can see their stomach moving up and down when they breathe in and out. That's the diaphragm pushing down on their stomach with every breath. You don't see it in adults because we use our chest muscles more than babies do. But that's your diaphragm, the main muscle of respiration. All right, you know what? Hold on. This is not a test question. And actually, I covered it in a different lesson, so I don't even know why I have it in here. We cover that when we do chapter 1 and 2 next module, the membranes of the lungs. So get the main muscle respiration. And then that term is pronounced atelectasis. You say it fast, atelectasis. Atelectasis. It means collapsed lung. And what is a collapsed lung? Okay, let's get our trachea, bronchi, headed into your lung. This is your chest on the outside. If we put a hole in your chest or in your neck up here, and we allow air to get into this space, the air will continue to build in there more and more and more every time you breathe in, pulling air in. Or if they put the hole up here in the wrong place in your neck, every time you breathe in, pulling air into that hole, more and more air collecting, more and more and more and more and more, until finally the lung collapses down into a ball like that. Now all of your alveoli are being squished in there, and as a result, that lung isn't pulling any air into it. The lung is collapsed. The entire space in here is now all filled with air, or in some cases, blood. Squishes the lung down into a ball like that, so the alveoli are not inflating and you're not pulling air into that lung at all. If that happens on both sides, you die. Because there's no way we're going to get those inflated completely enough for you to be able to breathe until we get you to the emergency room. Nothing we can do for you. All right. Now, what can cause that to happen? Again, a hole in your chest wall, or a hole in the lung, or both. Now, what is it that would cause a hole in your lung? Think of the walls of the lung like a brick wall with all these cells that keep this all closed. On the outside of this lung is fluid. So that when we breathe in and out, the lung doesn't rub against the chest. Fluid gives you friction, or prevents friction in there as you breathe in and out. So what happens if you get a virus like COVID-19 into your lungs? Does anybody remember the immune system? We have those white cells that will come and destroy the virus, but then what else happens? We have another white cell that comes to destroy infected cells. So if this cell gets infected with COVID-19, your immune system will come along and destroy that cell. But what that's going to leave? It's going to leave a hole in your brick wall. The fluid on the other side will get into your lungs. That's called pneumonia. And that's why pneumonia typically follows viral infections, colds and flus, or COVID-19. And in COVID, the virus is so aggressive that all these lung cells are being destroyed by your immune system. Everyone that gets infected. So how much fluid is actually getting into your lungs right now? With all these cells gone, the fluid is just filling your lungs. Every one of those is pouring fluid into your lungs. And that is pneumonia. Whenever you get something inside your lungs, it shouldn't be there, like fluid. All right, so that's why COVID-19 is killing people right now. And in an attempt to destroy the virus, their immune system is poking thousands and thousands of tiny holes into their lungs, allowing the fluid to get in. All right, so that's what a collapsed lung is, atelectasis, and then what pneumonia is. And let's go ahead and take a break. It's getting on quarter till. Let's come back at 11 o'clock to get about 17, 18 minutes. Come back at 11.
Because if it's the ammonia killing people,
You're not muted.
Jennifer, you had a question?
yes, sir. You know how when you have the regular ammonia before COVID, they give you the Z-Pack and all the meds. Why are they not able to do the same now that COVID's here?
Because COVID is so aggressive.
Oh, okay.
So you think of it this way, and these are not numbers, of course, but in your normal flu, say 5 cells get destroyed. In COVID, you're talking about 105 cells. You see the difference? It's destroying so many, and it's so aggressive that all those cells have to be destroyed. So people right now with COVID are destroying 100 times more cells than they would if they had the actual their basic flu.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right, anybody that I'm looking for yet? Let me see. Put my glasses on. Chris is still not here. Maria Martinez. Selena. Nope. And all right. Okay. All right. So pneumonia, bacterial or viral infection of one or more lobes of the lungs. Okay. Primarily what's happening is because the virus is destroying infected cells, or the bacteria is living on the cells in there and destroying them as well. Either way, you've got holes in your lungs, and the fluid from outside the lungs is getting in. If you looked at pneumonia on an x-ray, it would look like this. See it over here? Now this is their heart. Did you see the pneumonic patches? This should be black all the way. The entire space should be black. When you see those gray or whitish areas in there, that's pneumonia. There's another one right there. So this is what the doctor is seeing on x-ray when they say you have pneumonia. You've got a pneumonic patch in there. Fluid inside your lungs like that. All right, so that's fluid in the lungs, can be caused by bacteria or viral. It can also be caused by aspiration. That's when you pull fluid into your lungs through your respiratory tract. And why would you do that? Well, you might have been trying to siphon gasoline out of a car. Y'all know what I'm talking about? When you put the hose down into the gas tank and try to get it to flow into whatever container, and you don't stop sucking fast enough, and oh man, yeah, you suck some of that into your lungs. Okay. We had a guy call me on Sunday morning. They were on the other side of the island in Greece. Remember that the island's got this big mountain right in the middle. So to get to the other side of the island, you either got to go over the mountain or around the mountain. Either way, it's a 3-hour drive over there. Yeah, my buddy just sucked gasoline into his lungs. What do we do? What do you want me to tell you? By the time I get there, I have medication I can put down in your lungs that will absorb the gasoline. But by the time I get there, it'll be 3 hours later. Your body's already absorbed it. So what do you want me to do? Just don't smoke any cigarettes. Hey, when I was dead serious to tell you, buddy, don't light any cigarettes. So you can bring them over here, or we can come over there. Either way, all the gasoline will be absorbed in his tissues by the time you get here or we get there. So what do you want me to do? Don't smoke any cigarettes, and you're going to have some emphysema when you get older. Sorry, not a whole lot we can do about it. Not from this distance. Or you pass out at a party. Yeah, you're laying flat on the floor, throwing up. And sucking that back into your lungs. You aspirate vomitus. I picked up a couple people at parties with that kind of stuff. All right. So aspiration pneumonia, you sucked some fluid into your lungs. I'd had it twice. Once I was emptying a waterbed. My daughter's waterbed on the second floor. And I'm down there with the water hose, trying to get the water to flow out the damn bed, sucked it right into my lungs. The second time I was emptying a fish tank, and I sucked nasty ass fish water into my lungs. So needless to say, I don't siphon stuff anymore. So that's aspiration pneumonia. You pull some fluid into your freaking lungs. Now, pneumonia can be lobar, meaning it's only happening in one lobe. Remember, we have 5 lobes, 3 on the right side, 2 on the left. I just did that backwards. No, I didn't. 3 on the right side, 2 on the left. Okay. And in the image, I'm backwards. Walking pneumonia. This is so mild that you probably won't feel any symptoms of it. Or double pneumonia. You have pneumonia in both lungs. What's this next one? All right. So that is pneumonia, pulling in fluid into your lungs for whatever reason, either vomitus, gasoline, or your immune system is poking holes in your lungs. Either way, you're getting fluid in the lungs. Can be caused by a bacterial or viral infection or aspiration. So know that pneumonia is bacterial or viral infection of one or more lobes of the lungs. All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is drowning and dry land drowning. We saw quite a few drownings in Greece. Matter of fact, of all the ambulance calls we did there, maybe 1 out of 10 would be a drowning. Why did so many people drown on that island? Because we had the mountain in the middle, came down to the beach with all the water. And I mean, this water is so clear, y'all. You could stand there and you could literally count the rocks on the bottom, standing chest deep in this water. It's crystal clear because it's so cold. But this beach goes out about a 1/4 mile and then drops straight off like that. So people playing out here don't know it. And what do? They step right off that edge right there. Now the currents coming in from the ocean or coming into the beach, they hit the shelf, they call it the shelf, hit that area and go straight down. And guess what happens if you step off here? I don't care how good a swimmer you are, that pulls you down far enough that you end up drowning. So we saw an awful lot of drownings on the island, kids, adults, whatever. People not watching their kids, adults out here trying to play paddle ball and that kind of shit. They step off the ledge and they get sucked straight down. And there are no signs or anything that tells you that that's there. You just got to know it. All right. Now, the thing about drowning is that once you get water into your trachea, the trachea wide open like this, you suck water into there, it's going to spasm shut. And that's why people drown or why people die. Even after they get back up, it's like, oh man, they still can't breathe because their trachea is spasmed shut like that. So that thing you see on TV where they pull the person up to the beach and they start pushing them and pushing all the water out of their lungs doesn't happen that way. When somebody drowns, you usually don't find water in their lungs because their trachea spasms shut. Now, if they die in the water and they continue to float in the water for a while, yes, that will open back up, and that's when water rushes in and fills their lungs. So if they've got water in their lungs, that means that they were in the water for a while. If somebody went down and died, went down and went down and went down, and somebody finally grabbed them and dragged them up to the beach, they're not going to have any water in their lungs because the trachea spasms. Now, we don't understand this concept right here, but we also had a couple of cases of this where the person near drowned. They almost did, and their buddies or whatever pulled them out the water. Oh man, dude, I almost drowned. They go back to their hotel, dorm room, or whatever that night. There's trachea spasms, and they die right there in the bed. Dry land drowning. So if somebody near drowns when they're with you, take them to the hospital. Have them admitted overnight so we can observe them so that this doesn't happen to them. It's a concept or a phenomenon we don't understand. But later that night, their trachea will spasm again, completely closed, and they'll drown or die right there in the bed. All right, so that's dry land drowning. Okay. I don't know. Did I use this word someplace else? Let me see. No, I didn't. All right, let's use it right here. It's pronounced asphyxiation. It's when you die because you can't get any air in your body. Drowning and dry land drowning are examples of asphyxiation, but so is strangulation. So when you are, if you're strangled to death, what it will say on your death certificate or death report will be asphyxiation due to strangulation, or asphyxiation due to dry land drowning, asphyxiation due to drowning. So you're not getting any air into your lungs for whatever reason, asphyxiation. And strangulation is a good cause of that. The patient is said to be asphyxiated. They didn't get any air in their lungs and they died. All right. Asphyxiation due to, one I forgot about. Asphyxiation due to lung collapse. You're not getting any air in your body because your lungs have collapsed. You are asphyxiated.
So, sir, how are you choking on your tongue then?
You don't. Choking on your tongue is they're using the wrong terminology. Well, actually what happens is you don't really choke on it, but when you go unconscious and you lie flat on your back, this is your tongue right here, and it is that thick. Your airway is back here. When you go lie on your back and you are unconscious, the muscle relaxes and the tongue falls back like that over your airway. And now you can't get any air down your trachea because your tongue is falling back like that. Remember we talked
really hard then, right? Because you really have that, like, it's held down for the most part. So it's probably really hard to choke on it or whatever.
So it doesn't go down your throat. No, you don't choke on it. It just blocks your airway like that. And if you've learned CPR, one of the first things you do with somebody unconscious is tilt their head backwards. As soon as you tilt their head back, it moves the tongue up like this and opens up their airway back there. So that's how important that step is in CPR, to tilt their head backwards like that. It actually takes your tongue and rotates it up off of their airway back there. So that's what they mean when they say you're choking on your tongue. The tongue is covering your airway. It doesn't really go down your throat. So that's asphyxiation. You can asphyxiate that way as well. Have somebody lying flat on their back and you don't rotate their head backwards. Yeah, they're going to asphyxiate. Their tongue is blocking their airway now. And that is one of my most memorable cases I ever was involved in. Was a 4-year-old girl who drowned in a bathtub. We picked her up and worked on her in the bathroom for a little while, a few minutes, but we couldn't get her heart started, or get her from fibrillating. So we put her in the ambulance, took her down to the emergency room, and we worked on her in there for about 30 minutes before the doctors just called the code and we pronounced her dead. After we finished the code, we went to pack up all of our equipment, and there was a piece of equipment that we couldn't find. It's a, well, can I draw this? Let's see, let's try it. Okay. The person's mouth, their lips, if you will, their mouth right there, and their tongue, boom, will fall back over their airway. Okay. Nose being right there type thing. Okay. So what we need to do as soon as we find out somebody's unconscious is we need to put an airway in their mouth. An airway is a little plastic tube that goes into their mouth and it curves around like this. And you see what it does for the tongue? It keeps the tongue up off of their airway, so they can get air into their trachea. Once you put this in, you don't have to hold their head back anymore. They've got an airway in there. So as soon as you find out somebody's unconscious, you put an airway in their mouth. We worked on that little girl for that time, and when we were done, when we're collecting everything, I went up to take the airway out of her mouth, and it wasn't in there. There was no airway in her mouth. A little piece of plastic thing right there. It wasn't there. And in the classroom, I usually keep one up on the whiteboard, just because. And I'll tell you why in a minute. So the airway wasn't there. Now, I was working the head that day. In other words, when we got the little girl out of the water, my partner was doing the chest compressions for the CPR, and it was my job to open her airway and get the tube down in there and then breathe for her. Okay. Where was the airway? Did we not put one in? If we didn't, that little girl's tongue was covering her airway the whole time. And I don't care what kind of breaths you give her, they're not going to get through. So if we didn't put an airway in this little girl, or if I hadn't put an airway in that little girl, then that's the reason she died. And we couldn't find the airway. If we put it in, then why can't we find it now?
You swallowed it?
No, that's impossible to swallow. There's no way that's going to go down. So I was stressing, y'all. Did I kill this little girl? Because I did something stupid? Because I got in a hurry? Because I didn't pay attention? Did I kill this little girl? So I went to my partner first, and I said, hey, dude, I can't find the airway, man. And he was packing the stuff. He stopped and he just looked at me like, because he knows exactly what I'm saying. I can't find an airway. Really? So we looked around. We didn't see it. We went to the kit that has the airways in it. You roll it out like this. There are airways for children all the way up to adults. You take out the size you need. You put it in the patient. So if there was an airway that we used, there should be one missing from the kit. Rolled it out. All the airways were there. Every one of them. Did we not use an airway on this little girl? Went to the doctor. Doc, I don't know. And the doctor says, no, y'all don't make mistakes like that. Well, how do you explain it? He said, I don't know, but I know that y'all don't make those kind of mistakes. Anyway, he said, I'll go talk to him. And he got in on the investigation. And what had happened was the respiratory therapist. You see, when you're not breathing, you start to build up fluid in your lungs. And remember I told y'all we have a medication that we can put down that can dry up that fluid? He was just about to do that. He took the airway out, put in a trach tube that went down, and he was just about to put the medication down into the little girl's lungs when the doctor called the code and said, okay, guys, we're going to stop. So he pulled his tube out and walked out. What'd he do with the airway? He dropped it in the trash. That's why you never put anything in the trash in the emergency room. You drop it on the floor. He dropped it in the trash. So we couldn't find it. It was there. We just couldn't find it. So, yes, we did use an airway on that little girl, and the respiratory therapist had taken it out. Okay. Now, the doctor kind of rip that guy a new asshole, man. I mean, this went on for like weeks after that, y'all. This conflict between the doctor and the respiratory therapist in my damn emergency room, taking shit out, throwing it in the trash can. You lost your damn mind, yelling back and forth. Got my damn technicians thinking da 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 da. They were literally yelling back and forth at each other in the hallway. So anyway, why do I keep that with me now? To show that, or to prove to myself, and always keep me grounded, that everybody makes mistakes. If you were that damn good, you never would have questioned yourself. I never would have said, no, did I do that? I would have said, just like the doctor said, y'all don't make mistakes like that. So if you're that damn good, why would you have questioned yourself like that? So anyway, it kind of keeps me grounded a little bit, guys. Let me know that nobody's all that. Okay, people do screw shit up sometimes. Luckily, that wasn't one time. So anyway, that is the importance of getting that airway in there so that they don't asphyxiate, regardless of what you do. All right. Now, that is pneumonia and what drowning is and dot, dot, dot. The next thing we want to talk about are environmental hazards. These are problems that happen in breathing because of where you work or the environment you live in. And the one that I went on and put on your list is asbestosis, caused by inhaling asbestos particles. Now, y'all may have seen the TV commercials about mesothelioma. It's only one type of cancer that's caused by breathing asbestos. There's a list of them, and mesothelioma is probably the most common. It destroys lung cells when you breathe asbestos particles. Why was asbestos, or what is it? This is stuff that somebody discovered. It's like a cloth, but it is fireproof. It doesn't burn. So asbestos was used in areas where we thought something would get hot and had the potential of catching on fire, like electrical wiring, hot water heaters, heating ducts through buildings, and so on. Firemen used to wear asbestos jackets, and race car drivers wore asbestos hoods over their heads. So they just put asbestos in every freaking thing they could think of that they thought might catch on fire. Today, we know you can't breathe that stuff. So all those buildings that have asbestos in it, if they're going to take the asbestos out, it means they have to strip down all the walls and stand there and hand strip that stuff from around the wiring and stuff in the building. Then it's so expensive that it's just cheaper to knock down the building and replace it. So unless it has some type of historical value, they'll just demolish the building. Asbestos was also used in submarines, and that's why you might see on the commercial if you were in the Navy or if you worked in shipyards, because a fire on a submarine will kill everybody. And that's why they didn't want the fire to spread from one compartment to another. So a submarine is compartmentalized like that. So if the fire starts in here, you close that bulkhead and it doesn't spread through the entire submarine. Even the paint that they used on the walls in submarines had asbestos in them to keep fires from spreading from one compartment to another. So, and today we know you can't breathe that stuff. So asbestos is called, or asbestosis is caused by inhaling asbestos particles. Of course, cigarette smoking and pot smoking both cause environmental hazards to the lungs. Whether you're smoking crack, pot, cigarettes, whatever, if you're smoking something into your lungs, there you go. Anthracosis. This is caused by breathing coal dust, also called black lung disease or coal miner's lung. Okay. You see it commonly in the Appalachian Mountains, where they have a lot of coal mines and that type of stuff. That's what the movie Coal Miner's Daughter was all about, if you ever heard of that movie. Trying to get some legislation in place to protect people because her father died from anthracosis, breathing in the coal dust. The mining companies wouldn't give them masks and that type of stuff that could have protected them. So coal miner's daughter, she's trying to get legislation in place, which they do have today, by the way. OSHA got all involved with that. Silicosis, breathing in silica dust. You're going to see that more commonly in California, in the Silicon Valley, where 85% of the computer chips in the world are produced in Silicon Valley here in the United States. So if you're in a silica mine processing that, you could end up with silicosis. And then fluorescein, breathing in fluorescent gas. Like the fluorescent lights, the long white tubes, you don't breathe that gas. So you're supposed to dispose of those bulbs in accordance with the Environmental Protection Agency. You're not supposed to break those. And if you don't, definitely don't be inhaling what comes out of them, the fluorescein gas. And same with the neon lights. They have neon gas inside. You're not supposed to breathe that stuff either. So those are examples of environmental hazards, things that we get through our respiratory tract because of where we live or where we work. And then asbestosis is on your test. As you can see, all of these are on your test, all containing the suffix pnea, which means to breathe. And the first one is apnea. A means without, so that's the absence of breathing. The patient is apneic, they're not breathing. DYS, painful, difficult, or bad. Dyspnea is difficulty breathing. Brady means slow. So bradypnea is slow breathing. We typically breathe between 16 and 20 times per minute for adults. We know babies breathe at a much higher rate. And as a result of that, that's why babies survive fevers better than we do. Have you ever seen your dog out in the hot sun? Panting like that? That's how they expel heat. Babies, the same thing. When babies breathe at that high rate, they get more heat off the body. So they survive temperatures better than we do. Baby can get up to 105 and come out of that without too much trouble. Adults, you get up to 105, you're starting to kill brain cells because we don't dissipate heat as well as the babies do. So bradypnea is slow breathing. Tachypnea. Tachy means fast. So tachypnea is fast breathing. Patient has tachypnea. You're breathing more than 20 times per minute. Bradypnea, you're breathing less than 16 times per minute. Orthopnea, difficulty breathing in certain positions. Some of y'all might suffer this if you lie flat on your back. Ooh, with no pillow behind your head or anything like that. Oh man. I mean, you're not like dying, but it's just a little uncomfortable. Okay, so back in the emergency room now. A man's laying flat on his back. They're doing an EKG on him. When I walk past, it's obvious that this guy is having a little discomfort laying there on his back. So I walked in and I raised the head of the gurney a little bit. I didn't say anything. I just walked in, grabbed the little switch and raised him up a little bit. Turned around to walk out. The technician doing the EKG says, "Excuse me, I'm doing an EKG." I said, well, why don't you go down and get your trainer, have him come in here and do this, and you come down to my office and talk to me and tell me who the hell told you that a patient needs to be flat on their back to do an EKG on them. Preferred, sure, we lay them down. But if that person has difficulty breathing, what's their EKG going to look like? It's going to be all over the freaking road. Their heart rate's going to be up. Everything's going to be off. So raise the head just a little bit, just enough to where they feel comfortable. And coming out of my mouth tell me who the hell told you that. So anyway, I don't think I mentioned this before, but in the emergency room, guys, when you come to work there, you come in on a 90-day trial period. So all these people that I'm talking about, Gomer, get them out of my emergency room. Those were people who are during their trial period. These mistakes are not made by people who work there. Like the doctor said, y'all don't make mistakes like that. Okay? These are all people who are on their probationary period. And half of them, since the assistant NCOIC ran the probationary status and all that, half of them didn't know me. And that's why when I walk in and do something, they look at me like, who are you? Excuse me, I'm doing an EKG. You better, who the hell you talking to, Slick? And like the guy goes, hey, you. Did you just hey, you me? Come on down to my office and talk to me, homeboy. That's what we call poetic justice, when people say stupid shit and they don't even know who they're talking to. All right, so anyway, that's apnea, dyspnea, bradypnea, tachypnea, and orthopnea, difficulty breathing in certain positions. The most common is people who have difficulty when they lie flat on their back. And I'm one of them, you know, I just cannot breathe flat on my back like that. I've got to have all the pillows behind my head, which then causes neck issues and all this other shit going on. So anyway, that is, boom, the pneas. Know all of them. They will all be on your test. Rhinoviruses. Rhino meaning what? Anybody remember? Rhino, what does that mean? Nose. So these are your common colds. There are over 300 viruses that cause the common cold in people. And that's why, you know, you got enough to have colds every year. You know, you never get the same cold twice, right? Yeah. Your immune system builds memory cells for it. Remember the memory T cell? And that virus, that cold won't make you sick anymore. But that's okay, because there are 300 of them out there, which gives you enough colds for every year. Nobody lives to be 300 years old. So you can have 2 or 3 colds per year and not run through all of them. So there's enough cold out there to go around. And that's rhinoviruses causing the common cold in people. Now we want to use this term, cyanosis. Cyano means blue. So cyanosis is bluish discoloration of the skin due to lack of oxygen. Remember we said the blood doesn't turn blue, but the tissues do. So if I cut off oxygen to my skin, my lips might turn blue. Now, how do you see that in African American people? You pull the lip down. The inside should be pink. If it's a grayish color, it's cyanosis. You might not be able to see the bluishness of the skin. As a matter of fact, for black folks out there, it's going to look ashy. Y'all know what I'm talking about, don't you? Here in Texas, y'all, the water is so hard that, yeah, you take a shower, you don't put some lotion, you're going to be ashy. Get out that damn shower. And that's my wife. I'm like, girl, you better put some lotion on your feet. Look like you've been kicking a bag of flour, man. Look how ashy your legs are. So anyway, so black folks, y'all know what that ash is, man. But anyway, so the skin might look ashy rather than bluish in African American people. You know, something y'all probably don't know about, you folks living down here in Texas sun, is y'all probably don't know what it means to be windburn. Does anybody know what that means when you are windburn? Okay, Think of it like chapped lips, but all over your face. The wind is blowing so hard that it's actually burning your face as it blows across it. And if you live in a cold area like St. Louis, Buffalo, Chicago, where it gets pretty cold, yeah, your mama before she let you leave the house will rub Vaseline on your face, so you don't get windburn. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Get out of Texas, y'all. Get out there in the rest of the world. See some of this stuff out there. Standing on the bus stops, cold as hell, wind blowing. Got that little hood on that comes out like this, and nobody knows who anybody is. So you're looking like, who that? Who that in there? You know, yeah. But anyway, that's cyanosis, bluish discoloration of the skin, usually due to lack of oxygen. All right. And then respiratory assessment. When you check your vital signs, you're going to check blood pressure, pulse, temperature, and respirations. Oh, why did I put 25 or 35 right there? I don't know why the hell I put that there. But if you're breathing more than 25 times, more than 20 times a minute, that's tachypnea, fast breathing. So I don't know why I put 20 to 35 right there. I don't know what I was thinking about, but there it is. But that's tachypnea. Okay. You might have stridor, wheezes. These are sounds that are made when you breathe in and out. Stridor, when you're breathing in. Wheezes, when you're breathing out. You might have them both. Rails are kind of like a crackling sound, indicates that you have fluid in your lungs. So these are the things a doctor's listening for when they use their stethoscope to listen to your lungs. Now the lungs are listened to we listen to the lungs on the back rather than the front. So keep that in mind as well. I did show up at this one house, y'all. Lady was having an asthma attack. And she said she was having a lot of difficulty, but she was obviously having difficulty breathing. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to listen to your lungs. And I reached over and I took my stethoscope out the bag, turned back around, and she had, thank you, but I need to get around back to listen. We don't listen to the lungs on the front. Only we listen to the heart on the front. We listen to the lungs on the back. All right. So anyway, some people just want to show you their stuff, y'all. They just can't wait to just boom. Now, how many of y'all heard what I just said? When I said I need to listen to your lungs, and I reached into my bag and grabbed my stethoscope. Now, why wasn't that hanging around my neck? The way you see them do it on TV.
Because you're not a doctor.
And the way you may try to do it too, until you realize how annoying that shit is. The doctor put that thing around their neck right before they walked in the exam room. Matter of fact, most doctors, you'll see them reach down into the lab coat pocket and take it out. We don't walk around that thing hanging around our necks like that, y'all. That's as annoying as hell. And if you try to run down the hall, that thing could like be hitting y'all in your head and shit, just all over the place. So for y'all now and us, typically what we do is we use stethoscopes to take blood pressures. You're not going to be listening to people's lungs and that type of stuff. So you don't need those high dollar stethoscopes out there. The Littman stethoscopes that cost $200 to $300. No, you don't need that shit. What you need is the one that costs $8 to $12, because all we're doing with them is blood pressures. These really expensive stethoscopes, those are the ones for the pediatric cardiologist who's listening for heart murmurs and that type of stuff, not for us doing blood pressures. So don't be going out there buying these really, really expensive stethoscopes. $8 to $12, $20, something like that would be plenty for taking a person's blood pressure. Now, and here's what you're going to do anyway. You're going to go out and you're going to get your stethoscope, your handy dandy stethoscope. You're going to hang that around your neck and you're going to look cool walking down the street and that kind of stuff. But then you're going to realize how annoying it is. You're going to take it, you're going to put it in your pocket. And then one day you're going to realize that that thing's been in your pocket all day. You haven't taken it out once all day because you're using the digital blood pressure machines all day. So you're going to stop putting it in your pocket. You're going to start leaving it in the car. Now, while you got it in the car, what are you going to do with it? I saw one the other day. You know what you're going to do. You're going to take it and you're going to hang it around your rearview mirror. Yeah. So everybody can look at you and go, oh, look, she's got a stethoscope. Must be an important person. So you're going to hang that up there and it's going to look cool and da-da-da. But as you drive your car, that's going to start to get on your damn nerves. You're going to take it down. You're going to toss it in the back seat. It's going to become a plaything for the kids back there. So don't spend a whole lot of money on stethoscopes. Most of us won't use them in our practice. And those that do, you can go out and get an $8, $12 stethoscope, something like that. You don't need something really expensive. So anyway, that is, boom, when we are assessing a person's respirations. What you're going to be primary, oh, I know why I put that, 20 to 35 times per minute. Breaths per minute. Yeah. Now I'm going to caution you all about your vital signs. And that is that, how do you know they're breathing 20 times per minute? You're going to count them for a minute. Now, what if you count for 30 seconds and then multiply times 2? Will that work? So let's say you count for 30 seconds, you get 10, their respiratory rate is now 20, 30 times 2. In some places, that's acceptable. In some places, it's not. So here's the only way to be safe. Count for full 30 seconds or full 60 seconds and write down what you get until somebody tells you otherwise. So that's the only way to be safe, because you don't know what they really want at that place unless you go ask somebody. So if in doubt, count for full 60 seconds, write down what you get. Don't be doing 30 times 2, and definitely not this one. 15 times 4. That's just lazy right there, where you count their pulse for 15 seconds and then multiply that times 4. That's just lazy right there. It only takes a minute to take a person's pulse. A full set of vital signs, you should be able to do that in 5 minutes or less. So don't get all just lazy about it, especially with babies. Since their heart rate and respiratory rate both tend to fluctuate through that minute. In other words, a baby might breathe like this. So their heart rate and respiratory rate fluctuate over that minute. So in a pediatric clinic, you definitely want to be counting for a full 60 seconds, not multiplying shit. And in a cardiology clinic, again, you definitely want to be counting for 60 seconds. In an ICU or any place where it really matters, yeah, you want to be counting for a full 60 seconds. Don't be shortcutting. All right. So that is your respiratory. Let's go back through briefly and hit up the questions. Didn't seem to be a lot here because tomorrow is urinary system, and urinary and respiratory will be on the same test. So this is about half a test. The other half is going to come from your kidneys and how they work. So rhino and naso both mean nose, and epistaxis is the medical term for nosebleed. The tube that leads from the mouth to the lungs is your trachea. And asthma is a bronchospasm. It squeezes down. Remember the difference between a spasm and then bronchitis, building up crap inside there instead. So asthma is caused by bronchospasms. The functional units of the lungs is the alveolus. And if the alveoli lose their elasticity, we call that emphysema. COPD includes chronic bronchitis and emphysema. Sample test question, name the two conditions included in COPD. Chronic bronchitis and emphysema. And this will be one of those where you need to pick the two things in the same question. So they have two answers. The main muscle of respiration is called your diaphragm. And atelectasis is the medical term for collapsed lung. And you know what we didn't talk about? Once your lung is collapsed, how do we get that thing open back up again? So this is your chest wall, with your lung collapsed down inside there. This is all filled with air. We need to vacuum that air out of there. So they'll put in a tube called a chest tube. Y'all may have seen these before. And it's hooked to a vacuum machine, and that pulls the air out of this space. And as the air gets evacuated, the lung slowly starts to reinflate. Takes about 3 days. When it's about 75%, now the tube will be in the way. So at 75, the doctors will pull out the tube and let the lung reinflate the rest of the way on its own. So we got to get chest tubes in there to pull the air out, allowing the lung to reinflate in there. So atelectasis is a medical term for collapsed lung. Pneumonia, bacterial and viral infection of one or more lobes of the lungs. Environmental hazards, asbestos is caused by inhaling asbestos particles, asbestosis. And I'm laughing because some people miss this on their test. Name the condition caused by inhaling asbestos particles. And they pick silicosis or something. So anyway, asbestosis, that should be a gimme for you right there. And then the apneas, I know it doesn't seem like a lot of questions, but that's 5 right there. Plus all the ones we've read off so far. So it'll be about a total of 15 to 16 questions on this part. Apnea, dyspnea, bradypnea, tachy, and orthopnea. Knowing your word parts. A means without, dys is difficulty, brady is slow, tachy is fast, and ortho is position. As in orthodontics. Rhinoviruses cause the common cold. Excuse me. And cyanosis is bluish discoloration of the skin due to lack of oxygen. And that is the respiratory part. Okay. So those of you that haven't gotten the eyes and ears quizzes done, get it done tonight. I think it closes out tonight. So get it done tonight if you haven't gotten it done already. We'll activate this one tomorrow when we finish the urinary system to be done by the end of the week. And then we still have the skin and the reproductive systems to do. Also be done by the end of the week. So we'll be doing the urinary system tomorrow. It's 10 minutes to 12. If nobody has any questions, we'll keep the meeting open. Work on your homework, study for your test, or go in and take the test. Remember I said use this time to your advantage. This would be time that we would be lecturing. It's time that you can use to just get stuff done. Right. So y'all have any questions before I step away?
Yes, can you reactivate the quiz for the eyes and nose and ears?
It's still activated right now. I mean,
no, but I don't have it. I don't have it. I accidentally erased it.
Oh, you poor thing. Let me make sure. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, eyes and ears is still running right there. All right. So, there's your link right there. You know what? I'll just go on and send it. For those that have it already, you're good. For those that don't, here's the new link. Wait a minute. Where's the other one? Why is the other one showing up? Oh, see, this gets on my nerves, man. That one right there. Why isn't that one showing up? You know what? Now I can close the damn thing. Oh, come on. No results. Oh, this damn email gets on my, excuse me, nerves. It's so easy all the damn time, but when one doesn't work, or when it doesn't work like it should, now why isn't that showing up there? I have no idea. Let's do it this way, man. Same thing. All right, let's do it this way then. Ophthalmo test. All right. Now I have to send a separate freaking email. Still not showing up. For anybody who doesn't have it. Okay, so those two are sent. And that's the ophthalmo. All right, any other questions before I step away? Okay, again, work on your stuff, get some stuff done. A lot of homeworks out there that I don't have, and quite a few tests that people need to take. Yes, Melissa?
All the homework is done on Wednesday, this Wednesday, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also, on the quiz, the only quiz that's due is the eyes and ears?
Yep.
Okay. And so the other quizzes that should have been done is the introduction to anatomy and physiology,
mm-hmm.
neurology,
mm-hmm.
and cardiology,
mm-hmm.
and then gastro, right?
Yes.
4.
Yep.
Okay.
And I sent out that email for the folks that that have tests that I don't have yet. So check that email this morning. If your name is in there, there's some tests you need to take. Okay. And the links for those tests are there along with the reviews for all 4 of them. Any other questions?
Okay, Mr. Mahone, I just sent you all my homework except for the last 3, and I had them into you by 30 minutes.
Okay. Take time. As long as they got them by Wednesday, guys, as long as you've been working on them and chugging away, the people that I'm concerned about are the ones that haven't sent any. Please make sure you're getting those done, because I'm not going to extend the due date past Wednesday. Any other questions? Okay, lecture will resume tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. You can log off if you want to work on your stuff.
No, sir.
Remember, if I can hear y'all if you have any questions.
Hey folks, Joe here. I'm going to announce
Fuck
my
off.
winner mate soon.
God
If you
damn
want to
it.
be the first to know who she is, sign up.
Fuck off. Oh, I'm sorry. Did y'all hear me? Yeah.
No.
Sir, is this go? Are we out of class early on Thursday? Is this the 3-day weekend, or are we going all the way to Friday this week? Did you hear anything else?
Class ends Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go on and end the class now if there are no questions. And I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Have a good evening, Mr. Mahone.
All right, see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.